Welcome everybody to Jill Lublin's virtual publicity crash course. My name is Mary Beth and I'm Jill's assistant, and I'm here to support Jill and every single one of you here today. We've got a great day planned for you with a lot of fun stuff happening. Just some housekeeping notes we ask that you are fully present with us. You keep your cameras on, your microphones off, and that you're here with us all day today. It's going to be a great day, and Jill and I are both really looking forward
to. Mary Beth,
the chat will be
a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to turn my video off. Okay. The chat will be set to on and off throughout the day. We'll let you know as it changes. You will be able to private message the other attendees directly if needed. So be sure to save the chat at the end of the day. We are recording the session and the link will be sent out tomorrow. Handouts were emailed yesterday. Make sure to download them if you haven't already. If you did not receive them, send me a message in chat and I will send them to you by email. And we'll also be taking some short breaks throughout the day. We're going to have breakout sessions, but without stealing any more of Jill's thunder. Let me introduce Jill to you. Jill Lublin is an international speaker on the topics of publicity, networking, kindness, and referrals. She is the author of 4 best-selling books, including Get Noticed, Get Referrals, Guerrilla Publicity, and Networking Magic. Her latest book, The Profit of Kindness, went #1 in 4 categories. Jill is a master strategist on how to position your business for more profitability and more visibility in the marketplace. She is CEO of a strategic consulting firm and has over 25 years experience working with well over 100,000 people, plus the national and international media. Jill teaches a virtual publicity crash course and she consults and speaks all over the world. She's spoken on many stages with luminaries such as Tony Robbins, and Jill also leads an intentional kindness community. So everybody get your jazz hands ready, get your notebooks ready. We're going to have a great day. Jill, take it away.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. So glad that you're here and can join me and us today because we are a unit learning and loving publicity, and so glad that you're part of this. I want to just presence a couple of things to remind you that we do want cameras on, because the first thing I'm going to do in just a moment is actually look at all of you on camera from a PR perspective and make sure that you're, looking good and PR ready, because frankly, yes, fix that hair. That's all good. Makeup on, right? Including you, Jonathan, all good. But the point is to, always be ready, camera ready, because the truth is people are watching, right? And everything is PR, my friends. So write that down. Everything is PR. And I think that that's really important. And by the way, I just want to say, if there's any logistical things, do me a favor, keep that just to Mary Beth so that doesn't cloud the chat. That would be so beautiful. And I appreciate that. So we are going to do that. And first, I want to just ask you to post in the chat, what are you hoping to get out of today? Go ahead and post that in the chat. Would be really great. And that's helpful to me. The other thing I want to say to you is, when COVID hit, I was doing this class in North America, US and Canada, sometimes in Europe. And it was really interesting to reframe the class in a way that's all on Zoom. The truth is, I'm really, first of all, I did have it on Zoom before. It was 3 different sessions on 3 different days. This is so much better, cleaner, clearer, and I just think easier to deliver. And I remember Mary Beth and I and one of my coaches in this huddle going, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Like all of us, right? And I am just really proud of what we've created. I will tell you everything. We lowered our prices so that we could serve more people. And frankly, I haven't raised them since. And what's interesting is I've been able to serve more people. So it's not always about raising your prices, although, I've done that in the past too. So it's just an interesting thing, even, as we're starting here to look at that for you, about how can you serve more people? Because from a public relations perspective, that is a beautiful thing, my friends. Okay, so in that, we created a flow document. This is what it looks like, just so you know, there's 4 pages here. So when you see, including a coffee stain on one of them, see that? Actually, tea, I only drink tea. But the point is, they're well used, well looked at. And at times, if you see me looking down, this is what I'm looking at, I'm following flow. But I also, allow for who's in the room and what's going on and the energy of what's happening. And so just know, all the main things are covered today with your message, with your bio, with an announcement strategy that's super cool, that's going to get you out every 60 days. And today you will have documents that you can leave with, that you can use every 30, 60, and 90 days. Isn't that cool? Give me a woo, woo, woo for that. Yes, yes, that even gets a pom-pom, right? Yes, every 30, 60, and 90 days, my friends. So you will have these templates. They are in your handouts already. That's the good news. We'll be filling them in today. And here's the thing. I want you to know that, we'll have short time to work on them. By short, I mean 5 minutes. I'm just warning you. So if you're one of these people go, oh my God, I need a half a day to write, that's fine. Just know progress, not perfection. So write that one down if you need to. Progress, not perfection, right? And so with that, you'll have a start with a great document with something to use. And then we're going to actually practice most of these things in breakout rooms. So, something can look really good on paper, but it sounds terrible. It doesn't come out in an easy way. So that's just something I want to say, that at times it's really great to hear what you're speaking and have it be received by your public, because remember, it's all public relations relating to your public, right? And so with that, you'll have a chance to see how that lands in your public. Because I had this woman, super successful, great consultant, making a lot of money, and thought she had her message down and would get in these breakout sessions. And she's going, I couldn't believe it. Nobody understood a word of what I do. Yeah, well, guess what? If that's happening in breakout sessions, that's happening in the world. That's happening where people go, I have no idea what you're talking about. That's going to impact and affect your sales, your influence, right? Because write this down, public relations equals influence. Yes, public relations equals influence. And influence, my friends, equals impact. Yes, influence equals impact. So that's really important that you understand that, because that's the power of, publicity. And so with that, okay, I just want to say that, publicity, I want to go over the fact that it's gonna make you more money. See the pretty money? Whoop, upside down. Yes, $1 million. I'm not promising that, but I am promising much more money in your life by using publicity to drive your clients, because it's going to get you more clients, because you're going to get more prospects. You're going to get more trust. You're going to get more sales. You're going to get more exposure in the marketplace. And I only mean the good kind. Now, I like the more word. I want you to start using more. You're going to give people more of what, my friends? Fill that in. More what? I'm going to give people more, because more is a really good word. Everyone wants more of something, yes? And my guess is you have more of something that you can offer to others. So use that word. It's a really good one. Just so you know, who's my A types in the room? A types, you know, A and B, not blood type. I mean, A types. Okay. I'm an A type blood too. A type person and A type blood. Yes, we like to get stuff done. And I am a roll up our sleeves kind of woman. And we are going to get stuff done today. We're going to clarify your message. Again, progress, not perfection, right? So we're going to do the message. We're going to do your bio. We're going to take different breaks throughout the day, not excessively long ones, because this is a full day, but we'll have a bit of a longer, well, lunch break. Lunch for me, probably something else for some of you. So maybe 20, 25 minutes at some point during the day, about 12:30 Pacific, just so you know. Okay. What else? I have a wonderful guest person is coming. He's doing about 10 minutes on web stuff, how to get seen and tracked on web, great website tips for how to create more visibility. So Steve will be joining us for about 10 minutes at noon. And then all through the day, this is about you getting your message done, creating that visibility factor that helps you rock out in the world, feel more confident. Who wants to feel more confident just in your message? Would that be good? Yes, yes, yes. Let me just tell you, it's always good, because here's the thing. And I want you to also understand, publicity is an evolutionary process, right? Like, we're going to get stuff done today, and that's really good. And then I'm going to tell you, in 30 days, you got to look at your message again. That's a 30-day system. Right? Every 60 days, you got to do another announcement. That's a 60-day system. Every 90 days, you're going to relook at your bio. That's a 90-day system, right? So 30, 60, 90 day, just so you know. And we'll be repeating that as we go. But that's the point, is you want a system to underline everything you do. And we're going to give away things today. Who likes to get gifts? You like gifts? Yes, yes. Me too. So we're going to make sure you have gifts today, including a gift from Steve and gifts from us continuously throughout the day. So we love that. Let's see. I just want to see what else. Yeah, sometimes I have to remember where I am too. That always helps. Okay, before I look at you on screen, officially, seeing how you're showing up. So make some adjustments even now as we're talking, just saying, if you need to, right? And, you know, who actually does seminars? Anyone? Okay, good. So guess what? When you bring people together, you need agreements. And I think it's important to have agreements. So we have agreements. We've created them. Feel free to utilize them for any of your sources. Anything we do today, feel free, obviously, to utilize and to create. Yes, you will get recordings of everything. Okay, so just so you know, this is recorded, and yes, you will get recordings, but please, and I know I've already seen some of you need to come in. That's fine. Be present though, because I'm telling you, the feedback you'll be getting will make a big difference for you. Okay. So just know that. So let's go to the agreements, Mary Beth, and you go ahead and call off people. I'm going to have you read them aloud, and then we're going to actually agree to them. All right, super. Okay, so we'll bring those up and then take a peek at all of you. Bear with us a sec. Mary Beth's been having a little bit of internet problems, so, you know, if we have a few glitches here and there, that's part of life. You'll see it in the agreement too. Okay, great.
Okay, let's see. Let's start with Kathy McKay.
So to read the first group agreement is to have an open mind.
Thank you. Dr. Angela. You're on mute. How about Jonathan?
Be supportive of one another.
Okay. Lena.
Give yourself permission to practice vulnerability.
Thank you. Dr. Danielle,
Have a positive attitude.
Tressa,
Practice active listening.
thank you. Lori,
Active participation.
Sarah,
No judgment of self or others.
Alexia,
Confidentiality.
Bonnie,
Flexibility, especially with technical challenges.
and Sharissa.
Practice Zoom etiquette. Cameras on.
Beautiful. Great job, everyone. And can you all agree to this? If you can, do me a favor, extend your hand into the camera and give us a shake on it, please. Shake on it. Yes, shake on it. All right, beautiful. Shake on it. Come on, shake on it. Let's go. Let me see you shake on it. Yes, yes. Shoulder shrugs are good too, but beautiful. And that is our agreements today. So I do ask you to adhere to all of them, to respect each other, and to just, be here, be fully present. Good job. And, I just will tell you something. It's really interesting to me about networking and generally being out there. People are watching you, whether you know it or not, right? Watching your energy, watching different things about us. I mean, listen, I don't even mind people eat, whatever. So, take care of yourself, eat when you need to. It's all good. Occasionally we got to do teeth checks, whatever it is, right? But, and definitely, obviously, take care of yourself in whatever way you need to. So just saying, but I do request on camera, be present, practice publicity, smiling, energetic, and part of it. Yes, can we get agreement on that? Beautiful, thank you so much. Now I want to do quick camera checks, and what I'm looking for is lighting. I'm looking for you being centered in the cameras. Notice I'm centered in the camera. Notice also I'm close to the camera, because look what happens even when I go this far back. Do you see the difference? Isn't that interesting? Like I feel farther now. So I got a, what do you call these? A desk that goes up and down, right? Actually, it's on my desk and it goes up and down. But what it does is puts my camera high enough. And so camera angles always look best from top to down, not down to up, okay? Top to down. And so that's really key. Lighting is essential, my friends. I already see some lighting issues with a few of you. So maybe on the first break, go grab like a desk lamp. Really, it could be as simple as that, and light up your face a little more on both sides. The other thing I want to say is, I have a full window. I mean, beautiful window, beautiful view. Frankly, all my lights are on. It never matters what's happening at the window. Okay. And the other thing about windows and lights and doors is I don't want to see them, because what happens? The eye will go out the window, like in, Fit Buddha. Do me a favor and change your name. That's the other thing. Do me a favor on your Zooms, and please have your full names so that I can see them, if nothing else, which is beautiful. And I just appreciate that. So it just, even like look at yourself in camera. Am I lit up? Do I have something behind me that's distracting? And who are my authors? Who are my authors in the room? Raise your hand. Beautiful authors. I need to see your books. Notice, yes, all 4 of my books, even though I mostly talk about guerrilla publicity and the profit of kindness, but here's Networking Magic and Get Noticed, Get Referrals. They're all right here. Yeah. And so authors, I need to see your book. Something that's just simple is one of these beautiful shelves or a music stand. One of my authors, she has 4 books. And so she just got a music stand and we put it right next to her face. And that has made a huge difference. Okay, so go ahead and look at yourselves. Make sure that all of that is happening. Sarah, if you can get a little more light and come closer. I know it's later in France, but that would be great if possible. Jonathan, I want you coming closer to the camera. Brittany, you're also a little far from the camera. And again, listen, I know, it's during all day and you may shift around and that's all good. And some of you are taking notes in different ways. But just, be aware that how you show up on camera is a key. Beth, I need you more on camera, lit up, so to speak. And so that's a real key. Beautiful. Okay, I'm just looking. Is it Lori? Yes, Lori, again, closer to camera. I also, you've got doors and windows that are bigger than you are, you know what I mean? So this is the part, like you want to be the most central piece as we're looking at you, okay? So that's really key, and you want to be well lit. So that means if you're traveling, get one of those cute little, mobile ring lights. That really helps. Renchelle, is that how you say your name? You're looking good. I'm just like, get rid of that window over your left side and take your camera a little closer, right? And so if you're an author without seeing your book, I want to say, I want virtual backgrounds that show your books. One of my clients, she's a Facebook consultant, and we made her a doctor of Facebook, and the doctor is in. Now we have a big, beautiful background behind her. The doctor is in Facebook ad, result. So just fun little things you can do to make yourself more present. Mary, you might want to change camera angles really from more top down instead of bottom up. And Lee, is it Leah or Lee?
Lee.
Lee, you're getting a little bit lost in all of your background. So move your camera angle up. I want you closer to the camera, closer to the camera. Dr. Angela, you have your lit on right side well. You could use more light on your left. And actually, I like what you just did. Beautiful. Okay. Let's see what we got. Beautiful. Okay, much better. And Beth, if you can adjust your lights, that would be great too. So we can actually see you is fabulous. I'm just looking. Bonnie, looking good. Just maybe more right side, a little bit more lit. Yes. Great. Lena, you need a little more light on your face generally. Okay. Somehow my chats went up and got in my way here. Dr. Danielle, I like what's in your back because it's probably your I would guess certificates and wonderful, right? Wonderful things, but I'm losing you a little bit. So I want you a little more centered and up. So here's the thing. We should be able to see your armpits because armpits engender trust. I mean, from not the armpit itself, but from the armpits up. Engender more trust. So I definitely want to see that. Okay, just FYI. So that's the general rule of any time you're on camera. And mostly I don't want to see backgrounds of drapes and windows and lights because we go out of focus on you. The focus, my friends, is always you, right? Your energy, who you are, and wanting, to connect with you. That's it. All right. So also just in general, first names and last names. So Beth, you might want to fix that a bit. I've already talked to some of you about that. Okay. So I think looking better already, everybody. Can you just look around for a minute on the gallery? Can you see the difference? Give me a thumbs up if you can see the difference. Yeah, me too. Me too. Good job. And so work with a little bit your lighting, a little bit your being centered in camera, right? And realize that anytime we see lights or drapes or windows behind you, we want to go out there. And so the face or the energy of the person, including the media, including networking groups, will start to go out your door. You don't want them out your door. Okay, Teresa, you have your hand up?
Hi, yes, it's Tressa.
Tressa,
or Dr.
thank you.
Tressa, but I prefer Tressa. So my question is, what do you think of blurred backgrounds? Because based on, your commentary, which I totally understand and understood before you said it, but I have some limitations here. So what do you think of blurred backgrounds like I just did?
You know, I'd rather you get a nice virtual background, like maybe a green screen one, or because blurred backgrounds, although they may have worked, you know, earlier in the pandemic, I don't think they work anymore because, you know, truth is people know you're either in a messy space that you haven't quite cleaned up or something small or whatever it is. So get a good virtual background is better.
Okay.
You'd be better off.
I'm gonna unblur for our time today, though. That's why I just wanted to show you. Thank you.
That's fine. Yes. And I don't like blurry because it makes you blurry. I like virtual backgrounds instead. Okay, great. And Tressa, just so you all see, like Tressa's got, just so you know, Tressa, a lot of light up to her left, right? Where does your eye go? To those windows up to the left. Yeah, so just something to see. It's good to notice.
Thank you.
You bet. You
That's
bet.
why I put a Maria Martinez pot there, and I'm just joking. Okay.
Good, thank you. All right, Dr. Danielle.
Just on that note of virtual backgrounds, do you prefer them over a professional background like the office I set up here?
I actually prefer your professional. By the way, something's up with your mic, just so you know. Yeah, so I actually really prefer the professional background. I prefer it with your, you know, in your case, maybe certifications as an author, definitely author pieces, absolutely. So I would prefer that.
Okay, thank you. That saves money.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And you know, so this is part of PR. It's a very essential part of PR, which is why we start with this. How do you look? How do you show up on camera? Guess what? You're going to have to show up on camera all the time. And I'm sure you are these days between networking events, other things you're doing. It's part of life, and showing up on camera is important. So remember, armpits straight on camera. For the women, not too much jewelry. I mean, I'm the teacher today, so I can do a little drop, but to be honest, if I were on a TV interview, I would not be doing dangly earrings. Okay, just something. And no dangly earrings if you're being interviewed. Men, powder, also for interviews, yes. Women, a little more makeup than usual, especially for Zoom. And then, you know, listen, I have a stylist who's been working with me and my Get Your Darn Publicity Done people consistently. And one of the things I really learned from her, solid colors work much better on Zoom, right? And just really watch how everything looks. And don't fade into your own background. Like, you know, if you've got like Mary, if I may just use you for a minute, you've got a brick background, but your shirt, if you look at it, is kind of fading into the bricks, just a little bit. You know, you need more contrast.
I'm just wearing a sweatshirt because it's cold. This wouldn't be how I would show up professionally. My hair isn't done. I have no makeup.
Got it. Got it.
I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. But just even contrast against the bricks, right?
Yes.
Contrast against your background, like Leah, I think Lee, excuse me. You would never want it. You're fine with your shirt right now, but I never want you in like a blue shirt because you'll fade right into your background. So again, watching everything, right? Watch where the eyes go, because the eyes go, well, where you point them to. So I want to point it to your beautiful faces and you showing up center stage, my friends, because you're the publicity piece, the expert, right? And so is that helpful for you? Is this making sense to you? Give me a thumbs up. Beautiful. Yeah, thank you, Ramona. My stylist, yes, eggplant, she calls it, eggplant. And turquoise, guess what? Everybody can wear it. No matter what color you are, color skin you have, eggplant and turquoise, everybody can wear it. Just a note to know that it works. I'm in my colors. I don't do the standard color thing. It's more essence colors that she works with. So anyway, that's super great. So, and if any of you are interested to talk to her, she always does a free consult for any of my clients. So feel free to reach out to Mary Beth and we'll hook you up, so to speak. I will tell you interestingly enough, my revenue doubled when I started working with her. More importantly, when I started wearing my right colors and essence. Like I do circles because that's my nature, right? So it just made a world of difference for me. Beautiful. What does publicity equal? Anybody remember from the challenge or anything that we've done together? What does publicity equal? Influence, yes, Beth, thank you. Impact, yes, Renchel. Perfect, yes. Publicity, thank you, Kathy. Yes, Lori. Publicity equals influence and impact. And Jonathan, while you brought up the 3 M's, yes, I love the 3 M's, which is the power of publicity to magnetize you, to monetize you, and to multiply you. Yes, so exciting, because frankly, number one, it's memorable. So as you're here today, as you're practicing, I want you to practice sound bites, even if they feel a little awkward to you, a little crunchy to you. Practice sound bites, practice being imperfect. It's okay. This is the place where you are safe. That's why we have no judgment on the roll, right? Because I want you to say, hey, how's this sound? You know, I started my career in the music business, and talk about a great place to learn publicity. I actually worked for 4 independent record labels. Yes, records, which are back again. And it was fascinating to me because, first of all, they were in different styles. One was blues, one was a women's music label. One was, I ran the Rock and Roll Museum and the Rock and Roll Bay Area Music Archives. So I really worked in, and one was a new age music label, which, by the way, was not a category in Billboard magazine until we made it one. How about them apples, right? And that was super. And Mary Beth, go ahead and put the 3 M's in the chat, Kathy's asking. So here's the thing. What I learned from the music business was, frankly, how to promote. You know, we had, you know, some people have heard of this. It's called Deep Breakfast. It's actually played in spas all across the country. A man named Ray Lynch did this beautiful synthesized music piece, and it's called Deep Breakfast. And it went platinum. Now, why did this album go platinum? We were a small independent record label. We didn't have the big budget that my friends had. In fact, I would go to these music business conferences, and I remember one of my friends at, I forget which label, who had Tracy Chapman, who I love and adore. He said, you know, we got a $2 million marketing budget. And I'm thinking, $2 million, man, give me that. I can make anyone famous, right? I mean, it's easy to do when you have big budgets. Getting your publicity done with smaller budgets is a whole nother thing. And because I worked at these small independent record labels, we did not have big budgets. But I'm going to tell you something. By getting the women's music label, which I said was music made for everyone, right? Just even that soundbite switch, music by women made for everyone. That was the soundbite. Sold out Carnegie Hall, yeah, on our Sweet 16 tour. The album was 16, the music label was 16 years old at the time. And what was fascinating is I remember the producer at Carnegie Hall saying, how did you do this? You know what I said? Publicity. We got in the New York Times. We got in the Boston Globe. Those two, just alone those two, sold out Carnegie Hall. Isn't that awesome? That's the power of publicity. In the what I call new age music label, and again, we created a category for it. I had a rock and roll DJ in New York City, Scott Shannon, play Deep Breakfast. Now I'm going to tell you, you can still walk in spas today, and this was over 10 years ago, and literally hear Deep Breakfast still playing. That album went platinum. And part of that was listening to our customers, right? And so I'm going to cover testimonials toward the end of the day, because part of what we're doing also is spilling all the secrets of everything that works in PR. And I'm telling you things that work in PR right now. And one of them is testimonials. And I'm going to go through later how to actually do a testimonial. But one of the things I remember is that one of the people who wrote in to us at the music label said, Deep breakfast is what my heart would sound like if it were an orchestra. And I'm like, oh my God, that is so beautiful, right? What are people saying to you that touches you, that is something that's powerful? I mean, you know, frankly, get them to record it, get them to write it down. Ask them if you could just, you know, record it, whatever it is. But I really want you to listen to people and what are they telling you is fantastic about you versus sometimes what we think is fantastic about us. I remember being introduced on a stage. Anyone ever hear of T. Harv Eker by chance? Raise your hand if you, yeah? Yes, me too. His work changed my life, actually. And then I had the blessing of speaking on his stage at, what was it? Actually, Guerrilla Business School, because I wrote Guerrilla Publicity. It was a good match, right? And I remember him introducing me. And one of the things he said is, Jill is one of the most warm-hearted, good-natured people generous people that I know. And I remember it's like, that wasn't in my bio, right? But you know, it's like what, and number one, how good that felt to be acknowledged that way. Number two, like what's not in your bio that maybe needs to be about who you are personally, right? And you know, warm-hearted, generous, those are good words, right? So could you include more of that? Even if it's one word, it doesn't have to be, you know, on the whole, I'm just going to say, I like factual bios. I think, you know, give people the real thing. I don't like, you know, has 4 kids and two you know, dark labs, right? Unless you're a dog sitter, in which case that's a relevant fact. Or a relationship expert. Like I'm not going to a relationship expert unless I know they're in a happy relationship. You see what I'm saying? Or have managed relationships in a positive way, even if they're divorced, whatever. So you've got, it's like, if I'm going to a weight loss person, I want to know that they're looking good and have maybe even lost weight themselves and understand the journey, right? Or, you know, a health person, I want you to be healthy. So just, you know, be consistent with what you're promoting, obviously, including you can also be truthful about your own journey of what happened to get there. Maybe that's what caused you to do what you're doing now. And that could be included in your information. So just, you know, taking a look. But I just want to say that everything I learned about publicity, I learned in the music business. Think about it. It's all perception, right? And so I really want you to just write that down. Publicity is about perception. How are you seen? What are you thought of? Who are you in the marketplace? That's a good question, my friends. Now, with that question, the who are you question, I'll call it, let's look at you being an expert. Will you do me a favor and point yourself right now and say, I am an expert? Go ahead, do that right now. I am an expert. I am an expert. Yes, thank you. Oh, experts, you solve problems in the marketplace. Yes. And so I know we did a little bit of this. Some of you maybe, who was with me on the challenge? Let me just see. Were you with me on the challenge? Beautiful. Excellent. And, you know, sometimes you will hear me, and very purposely, I might add, repeat certain things. You might hear it again in the boot camp. Who's coming with me to the boot camp? Oh, excellent, excellent. Thank you. And, you know, just know there is never too much to hear certain things, because 3 most dangerous words in the human language, I know that. So I ask you to be beginner's mind today. I don't care if you heard it a week ago, 3 years ago. You know, if you think you know it, come new today to your message. Because guess what? Part of your message, this is a system, is you need to look at it every 30 days. Every 30 days, I want you to look at your message. Okay? And so we are going to practice that message right now. And with that, oh, experts, you are an expert because you solve problems in the marketplace. And so what I want you to start getting used to is being the trusted choice in the industry, right? Being the top choice in the industry because you have a great message. And I want you also to get used to not saying what you do. Like, I'm a chiropractor is different than I help you release daily stress. Like, doesn't that excite you a little more? Raise your hands if that might excite you a little more than I'm a chiropractor, right? Let's look at results of what you do. Let's give people solutions for what you do. Oh, I just want to tell you one thing about today before I do the rest of this. By the way, I just have to say, I have a butterfly mind, okay? Butterfly, butterfly, butterfly. Where's my props for butterfly? I don't know. Point is that I like to flit between beautiful flowers. Can anyone relate to this? Yes, thank you. I have a very creative mind. It's what makes me good at what I do. And, you know, just know I may wander off for a moment. I'll come back. And sometimes I'll bring something in because I'm also highly intuitive and I want to say something in the moment, right? So I'll just say that it is, as we're looking at different items in the marketplace and who you are, I also want to say to you that it's important to manage your energy today, right? And so whatever that means for you, hydrate, yes, lots of water, including me. I also, you know, before I come to you, I spend time in meditation. I spend time in prayer. I spend time in upping my energy in different ways. I spend time loving my cats because that gives me joy. I slept in a little bit today, right? Like, what do you need to do to manage your energy? And that is important also from a publicity perspective. And I'll just share with you that one of my coaches, she said to me that she showed up somewhere and somebody said, you know, you're looking, he didn't say the word, but haggard, which is a terrible word, but you're looking really tired. And she said, yeah, you know, I was doing too much, pushing, you know, candle at both ends kind of stuff. I know, obviously, this is the holiday time, but, you know, I just want to say, take care of yourself energetically because it shows. And part of an attraction factor is your energy. And from a media perspective, your energy matters. People are watching and looking, and sometimes you will get chosen for your energy over somebody else. That happens a lot. It might be unconscious on a reporter or media person's side, but they will choose you on your energy, I promise. And just a reminder for those of you that I light a candle, and I keep this going. It's actually been going for an hour before the course, about an hour. I say prayers over this and over you, you beautiful lights out there. And so I'm going to ask you to keep your light shining all day. And just know I got a candle over here. If you need a little support, it'll be shining for you. Because I do consider all of you literally, really lights to the world and messengers to the world. Because that's what publicity does, is helps you get your message out, right? And that's a key, is to get your message out with the light that you are, the impact that you are, the influence that you are. And that's how people connect to you, for whoever you are, in whatever personality you are. You don't like lights and prayer and meditation? Great. Go exercise, do whatever raises your energy, do whatever it is that supports you, okay? And I just want to presence that because that's important. And I'm going to tell you something. Most media interviews, hold up a fingers on your hand. How long do you think most media interviews are? Let's talk about TV. 3, I see 5. Yep. I see 5 and 2. I see 2 and I think that's a 5, Sarah. Can't quite see. 4. 4. Yes. Yes. Thank you. So I did 7 Fox News interviews with Prophet of Kindness in 30 days. An average media interview was 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Now, I don't know about you, but I have relationships that last longer than that. And that was a joke. Let me just say, you better, well, come out swinging, as they say, with a powerful message that matters. your main points, which we're doing in this message piece right now. Get them out there, get them strong, and be powerful. That, my friends, is a great message. And after that, you know, when you got 3 minutes left, then we can chat. Now on podcasts, I'm going to tell you a secret. Ready for a secret? Are you ready? Thank you. I don't do any podcasts over 30 minutes. And I just say thank you. You know, if you'd like to do up to 30 minutes, that would be great. There's a guy who said that he has conversations that last 3 hours. I said, that's really wonderful. I've got a lot of clients to serve. I just can't do it. And you know, what's interesting, I actually did a pre-interview with him because I thought, well, we'll talk and maybe, you know, he'll say 30 minutes. And we were at 30 minutes and he hadn't even gotten to the main point. And I thought, oh my God. And I just said very nicely to him, you know, I appreciate our time together. It's this isn't a good match as far as for me as a guest for you. I know you have conversations, but I do faster interviews. It's just my style. And it is my style, right? I am a to the point laser kind of woman. Now, I will just say that, you know, for many of you, I'm going to encourage you, and you came here to hear it, maybe some of you, to not do any podcast interviews over 30 minutes, because it has actually been proven that most people listen to podcasts 15 to 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes are the most listened to podcasts. Did you know that? And at 30, most people are either at their destination, finished with exercise, whatever, you know, when you listen to podcasts, you're done. I just also think it's just too much blah, 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 right? So at 30, you should be wrapping up. And by the way, most of the people who I say 30 minutes, we go down to 22 to 25 minutes. Why? Because you know what? I get to the point. I'm making the points. We are not belaboring things. I am not going on and on, right? It's just quick. It's focused. It's simple. So with that, I just want you to really look closer and say yes, of course, to every, you know, say yes to all media. Say yes, except for the ones who say, like, I'll say, how long is your podcast? And they'll say, oh, 30 to 45 minutes, which by the way is a very common answer. And I say, that's wonderful. You know, might we keep it to under 30 minutes? And under 30 minutes means at about 26 minutes, I'm getting to the point, they're getting to the point saying, hey, Jill, how do people get a hold of you? So to that, my friends, who has a free gift? Free gift? Way to drive people to your website? Okay, great. If you don't, write down, you're going to, in fact, do it right now, Publicity Crash Course Action List. Let's keep a list going. Because one of my success secrets, and I go to a lot of seminars because I'm a big believer in self-improvement. I just spent 5 days, 6 days with Tony Robbins in Date with Destiny. Has anyone done it? Just curious. Date with Destiny with Tony Robbins. It was wild. It was intense. This is why I make my days from 10 to 4, not, 8 to 12 at midnight. So, and again, you have to decide how you want to live your life in terms of style and focus, right? But one of the things for me is that I love delivering great content in bite-sized chunks. And so with that, I just want to say that get your, be always a yes to media. With then, I'd love to do your podcast. Can we keep that, please, up to 30 minutes? And then when I get on, I remind them again. And by the way, I do, honestly, my calendar is booked. Usually at the bottom of the hour, I will have a client. Maybe with a little bathroom break in there, but they don't need to know that, right? And I will tell them that. So just want to say that you can say, may we restructure the time a little bit? Okay, you good on that? It's called ask permission, and then decide, is this a good match for you or not? And I'm going to tell you, I've been in podcasts that's like, I'm not even sure why I agreed to it, because it's really off topic for what I do. But I'm what am I a big yes to? all media requests, because you actually don't know how and what will happen because you said yes to somebody. You know, maybe somebody heard you on it and got inspired by you. So that's a real key, but it's a negotiation at times. So that's an important piece. Tressa, do you have a question?
Yes, quickly. I got carried away on your beautiful butterfly wings, and I forgot or didn't quite catch what the first thing was to put on our action list.
Oh, what did I say? Who remembers? Oh my God, I just got.
Be a yes to media, except keep your podcast under 30 minutes.
In the 30 minutes. Thank you. Woo.
Oh, that was the action step.
Yes.
Okay.
Give
Thank
freebies.
Wait, I actually have one more. Yes.
Oh no,
thank
give
you.
free.
Free gift. Free
Give it-
gift.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I love that. So with that, let's look again at message. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to fill in right now. I want you to fill in the problem today is, and I want you to think about outside of I do this, and I want you to start using you language right today, right now. So the problem today, I would say, is 4 out of 5 businesses will go out of business because you have no clue how to create publicity without spending a fortune. It's on the slide, right? And then you give solutions. I want to share 3 and 3. I always want you to give 3. I want you to be commanding. I want you to use present language. I want to share 3 guerrilla publicity tips today for how to get your message in the media. The first way to get noticed is to create your ooh, ah factor. The second way is to create the I've heard of you somewhere syndrome. And the third way is focus on networking magic and show up in your community at least twice a month for name and face recognition. My friends, that's my message. Honestly, about 15 seconds into the interview, this is my main points. I don't deviate. I address their questions, absolutely. But I'm going to tell you, I'm getting this main message out, come hell or high water, okay? In other words, you got to know what you're saying. You're in control of your message. Point yourself and say, I'm in control of my message. Go ahead. I want to see it. I'm in control of my message. Because I'll tell you something, if you don't know that, guess what happens? The media person is going to take control. They're going to ask you inane and stupid questions that, frankly, you may or may not want to answer. And again, I have been on podcasts and different that have nothing to do with publicity, maybe more on kindness, maybe more on different stories that I have, obstacle stories or things that have happened in my life. Great. But we're getting main points out. Now, I want to show you something I did here that's really cool. Go like this and say, I'm ready, Jill. I'm ready, Jill. Woo! Yes, yes. I used every book title in my message. Yes, I did. I said, I want to share 3 guerrilla publicity tips. There it is. The first way to get noticed. I didn't use the whole title of my McGraw-Hill book, Get Noticed, Get Referrals, and then subtitle. I said, get noticed. And then what I say, the third way is focus on what? Networking magic. Yes. Oh my gosh. Now, here's the good news. You don't have to have a book to do this. I have a business consultant. His company is called Beyond Consulting. He gives you 3 tips to go beyond what you're doing in business. So maybe you're launching a program. Maybe you've got one word in the title of what you do. I want you to use some word somewhere, whether it's a program you do, something you say all the time, whether it's a book you wrote, it doesn't matter. Yes. And I think that that's really important. With that, right? With that, I want you to do that right now. Do it right now. with that, we're putting on the screen, and you also have it in template. Fill this in. The problem today is, and give me statistics if you can, because media people do love statistics if you can. And then I want you to give 3 solutions. Here's the thing, my friends. Don't say, hire me, or you got to come to coaching and be, get coached or whatever it is, right? I want you to drop golden nuggets, right? Give them gold. Give them the things that they would actually pay you for. This right there literally is thousands of dollars of PR advice. But here's the thing. It's in appetizers, not full meals, right? Give people appetizers, golden nuggets, not full meals. Don't fire hose them. In fact, never fire hose people. That was something I had to really stop doing because, who's a giver on this course? I bet you I got a lot of givers here. Yes. And sometimes you just give way too much. And, this course, of course, you're going to be giving a lot today. But even so, I've got it segmented into thoughts and focus like that, right? So I think that you've got to really look at giving people golden nuggets, integrating the name of a product, a book, a launch, something you're doing, something you say, whatever. It's all good. One word. I just one word somewhere. So with that, I'm going to send you to do this right now for 5 minutes. And Renchel, I'd love to answer your question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I so much appreciate ask questions, Jill. So my question is, when you're talking about the problem, if you don't have a statistic, is it the problem that the person is laying in bed at night thinking, or the problem that you know that they have?
Wait, Renchel, I'm sorry. I'm having a problem. I don't know if it's your microphone. Try it again. If not, I'm going to ask you to post it in the chat and I'll answer you in the chat. Would be better.
Yeah, is that better?
Yes, go ahead. That's perfect. Go for it.
Change my mic. So my question is, when we're talking about the problem, if we don't have a statistic, is it the problem that the audience knows that they have, or the problem that they might not know that they have?
I think not knowing what they have would be better. Okay. Would be better. Okay. And that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. So with that, and by the way, this was a great thing to say. Check your mics, check your lighting. Before we get on camera, before I do any speaking engagements, any media interviews, any classes, I ask Mary Beth. And if you don't have somebody on camera with you, that's fine. Look at your camera, you can tell. I ask her, how's my lighting? How's my makeup? How's my hair? Little things that frankly make a big difference. Okay. So you got Jonathan, go ahead.
For the solution part, the 3-step solution.
Yes.
Looking for a little more clarity as far as, because I know you say to give pieces like appetizers, but say, for example, like with yours, they're so crystal clear using the terms you're using. I feel a little unclear with how to, I can teach you right now easily in like bite sizes, but to put that in messaging in this way. So I guess, is there any more structure you can give as far as advice?
What I tell you is, so give me one example.
Of solution?
Yes.
A family-friendly mindfulness practice.
So I would say create a mindful practice that you can practice with your family.
Okay.
You see where I'm going? It's just using your words, but a slight different approach.
So I'm not actually trying to tell them how to do that right here. Obviously, it's too
not
much.
necessarily, but you're instructing them to create one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, even that's something like, oh yeah, that's a good idea. Like I want that kind of reaction from people. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, right?
Great. Thank you.
Beautiful. You're welcome. Okay, with that, you got 5 minutes, my friends. Time starts right now. Okay. My, how time flies when we're having fun. And Renchelle, I want to answer your question because I think it's a good one for everyone about what they should do instead of what they stop. I like on the whole positive, here's what you should do. And maybe one, here's what to stop, right? That might be great. So a little bit of both. And I think you're rocking and rolling in the right way there. So that's beautiful. Okay, great. Give me a thumbs up if you've got at least 2 solutions. Give me a thumbs up. Let me see. I'm waiting. I know, even if it's not perfect, Kathy, it's okay. I see that. Good, good, good. Jonathan, were you a thumbs up? I didn't see. Okay, perfect. Kathy, are you a thumbs up? Alexia, thumbs up? Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Eva. Yes, beautiful. Okay, excellent. Mary Beth, are we set up for those wonderful breakouts? Let me just take a quick poll. Do you need a bio break before we go to breakouts? Give me a thumbs up. Yes. Okay. I see it. Okay. How about can we just do 5 minutes? Just short. That's the good part about Zoom. There's no lines at the women's room. 5 minutes, please. Please come back at 11:12 Pacific. 5 minutes. See you soon. For each other. Hang on one sec. So I just want to say, to remind all of you, before you get on camera, before you get on media, check your mic, right? A few of you, I've had trouble hearing. You always want to make sure you're clear. Do mic checks, do visual checks, do light checks, do spinach in the teeth checks, whatever you got to do, right? My chocolate shake sometime in the morning, all of a sudden I discover a little chocolate mustache, just check it out, right? Make sure that you do the close-ups and take a real peek. So in the breakout room, the person with the longest hair, you're going to be the timer. The person with the shortest hair, you're going to start. And then you're going to pick the next person, please. So keep it going. You've got 12 minutes with 2 minutes per person. Now, honestly, in under 1 minute, you should be able to say the problem today is, don't even say your name. We can see your name on the Zoom. It's all good. The problem today is, and then say it, and then give them 3 solutions. And then my friends who are listening, your job is to give them some feedback. I got it, I didn't get it. Here's a way that I could get it easier. Just, constructive feedback, please. And we've designed it so hopefully you have at least 1 more minute, maybe 2, hopefully, to go back. And if somebody else needs a little extra help, please give them a little extra help. Okay, everybody got it? Super. All right, perfect. Let's go to breakout rooms. I will see you back in 12 minutes. Ciao, everyone. Put your cameras on. Thank you so much. Okay, let's try. Hey, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Couple things. Number one, I want to share something with you that we never talk. Like, even if some of you came in and said, oh, do I have a question? Or, oh, what a great group. Or we don't talk. Why? Because you know about FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. Wow, what did I miss? What are they talking about? So I just have a general rule not to talk while people are coming back. Okay, so just know if you ask me a question, I'm not going to answer it. I don't mean to be rude, but I want everyone, number one, to get full benefit. And number two, I don't want people to feel like they're missing out. I think it's a good rule. And I've seen and been mostly in other events where they are doing that. I'm coming back in and they're yapping about whatever, whether it's production issues or with the participants or whatever, right? And I thought, what'd I miss, right? Do you ever feel that? Yes. So my general approach is no talking during the break, just so you know, if that comes up. So how was that? Give me a whoop if you liked it. Come on, cheers. Some cheers. some, oh my God, I don't know what happened. Some, how do, whatever. I would like to take up to 3 shares. Let's hear what happened for you in the group. So not your exact message, but what happened. Oh, good. I'm seeing celebrations. That's good. What happened for you in the group? Let me hear some shares. What was your experience? Jonathan and Charissa next. Go for it, Jonathan.
Well, one thing I noticed just how obviously we're all different and we have different opinions on what sounds good or not good or clear or not clear, all that. Also how easy it is to check out, like certain words or certain ways they're communicated grab me, and in other ways I just start checking out and just being, wow, like if I'm doing that, I feel like I'm intend to be very present. How much am I losing people and I'm communicating, and how do I improve the message and the delivery of that?
Wow. Okay. And can you be very specific without naming a person, but what were some words that checked you out?
Well, I think I know what I went first because I happen to have the shortest hair, which wasn't a surprise to me. But, when I spoke, like to me, when I look at mine, I can look at it again. It seems pretty clear. And then for a couple of people, it was way too wordy and they felt like, it was just too much. And then someone else said, oh, no, I really liked it. I thought it was really simple and clear. So part of it was just my words that I think people were checking out on. But for me, I think it's just when it starts being too much, right? Like we just like, there's a little bite sizes, like, blah, 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 as opposed to blah, 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 blah.
Exactly. And I said that, right? This is exactly, thank you for underlining exactly what I was referring to, is that you got to get to the point, my friends, laser sharp, right? And really get to the point without the blah, blah, blah. We don't care. And that is when the eyes start glazing over. They do. I see it in people and they check out and whatever, right? So thank you for really underlining that, Jonathan. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's give him some jazz hands. Woohoo! Some thank you and love. All right, next up we have Charissa. Did I say that right? I hope.
No, you didn't, but that's okay. It's Carissa.
Carissa. Okay. Yeah. Mary Beth, can we switch, please? Let's hang on one sec while Mary Beth switches people up. Tressa, we'll see you in just a moment.
Okay.
Carissa, right? Carissa?
Yeah, Carissa.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Go for it. What'd you notice?
Yeah, so I really liked our breakout session. I felt like people were concise and had good feedback, and I learned a lot from all of their talks. I actually was the timekeeper, so I found myself a little bit distracted where I couldn't really give thorough feedback. And I was last and I didn't have time to do my talk. So it was just interesting, but I did enjoy hearing other people's.
Beautiful. Thank you. And I know, and part of honestly is a little bit, I want you to be a bit of at times multitasker. Why? Because frankly, in today's world, as we know, we do multitask, although single focus obviously gets things done. But the truth is, we got to be like a bit of an octopus at times, right? And publicity helps you do octopus marketing to reach your tentacles into different places. And I do want you to learn how to think on your feet, right? And sometimes that's about being the timer. The other thing is that I might challenge a little bit. Did you keep people like, okay, time's up, and like cut, right? Uh-oh, I'm seeing Connie say no. But that's okay. Just something to learn about yourself.
I was strict.
You were, okay. So that's good. And the reality is media is on a timekeeper, meaning, has anyone ever been in a studio and you see the big, thank you. And you see the red light and they have countdown clocks, which to me just drive me crazy, right? I mean, it's kind of like, come on. Yeah. And you don't have time to think, time to breathe in between, and you just go. So thank you though for sharing. And I think it'll get even easier for you, even easier. So thank you for that and being with the energy of that. Tressa, come on in.
Hi, thanks. Our group was great, super dynamic. I feel like the strengths were in stating the problem, and then the feedback was almost always around the solution. We also had an issue with time, so someone got cut off, and apologies for all that. We didn't really have a timekeeper, so I think maybe just maybe part of the tuning out was not, I didn't quite get all the instructions. So that's on me. But the solutions, some of them were action steps, some of them were ideas or concepts. So I'd like to drill down a little bit more into how to create a more concise solution. You know, I also know that there's different kinds of subjectivity, like the way we speak, the way people hear us. And sometimes there's a distance, a gap between those two in terms of communicating. So just looking forward to the rest of the day to see how to maybe bridge those communication gaps. Because I know for me, you know, I taught university, I've worked for 25 years. So I have a translation issue with reaching a different kind of quote unquote audience, but I've worked with thousands of creatives and I'm trying to reach them, but there were some in my group who self-identified and I didn't reach them. So I've got some work to do and I'm not quite sure like where to tweak. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And just keep paying attention to your message, where it lands, where it doesn't, and just consider it all feedback. The other thing I just want to say, please, all of you, pay attention when we go to breakout groups, because if somebody gets in a breakout group and a timekeeper hasn't been assigned, just assign one. Just go, I'll be the timekeeper. Take leadership, right? Because sometimes PR is about just take leadership in the moment, even if you don't want to. All right, let's bring up Connie. Come on in, Connie.
Okay, there were several of us from the same group here. First of all, whenever I went in, I had a bunch of stuff written down. And then when the first person spoke, it helped me by being in the group to understand what really is being expected. Sometimes, like somebody else was saying, it's hard to understand exactly what we're trying to drill down to. And then the second thing was that I have been reminded myself a million times, speak the language of your client. And that was one of our things that we had was very intelligent, very smart. And I'm not saying creatives aren't intelligent and smart, but it's like it is speaking the lingo of the people you're trying to attract. And I know I'm still working on that. So it really helps to go in the group and you're forced to speak, and that helps you get past that thing of being afraid to speak. Because I remember a couple years ago being in one of these and I was like, oh, you know, whenever I had to speak. So if anybody's new, we're all like that when we first come in.
Yes, and congratulations on your growth with feeling more confident now. Here's what I've discovered. When you get your message down, again, progress, not perfection, right? But when you get your message down, you will be far more confident, right? And far more capable and ready to go. So good notice, Connie, and it is practice. And please remember, everybody, write it in the chat, Mary Beth, this is your 30-day system, 30-day, every 30 days, you're gonna look at this. I'm still refining at times my message, and you're also gonna keep it consistent and persistent, write that down, because that wins the game. And with that, my friends, guess what happens? You get great publicity, you get great acknowledgement, and people understand what you do. So know that it's an evolving process. This is an evolving process. I'd like to actually go next to your second system, which is your bio. Your bio is a simple connection with who you are and putting it out there, right? I want today you're going to do 4 sentences, just simple paragraph. Your long bio will go in your website. Your short bio will be for everything from quick introductions to backs of the book to anywhere you are. So what you're seeing on the screen right now, that's my long bio, right? It uses much more of the publicity I've gotten in the second paragraph with the New York Times and Women's Day and Entrepreneur Magazine. It gives names of people like Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen, John Asseroff, right? It gives names of people and a little more detail. Now, if you notice when we go to the short bio on the screen, you are going to just see the most important pieces, right? I talk on publicity, networking, kindness, and referrals. I've got my 4 books. I'm a master strategist, so people understand that yes, I do consulting. She's the CEO of a strategic consulting firm. Notice I work with over 100,000 people. That is in there now. Spoken on many stages, such as with luminaries such as Tony Robbins. We put one name in there. Why? Because he's getting, 130,000 people on Zoom. That's amazing. And actually experiencing an uptick again, whether you love him or hate him, that's what's happening, right? And the end paragraph is my free gift at the end of the paragraph. So with that, I'm going to show you a few more. And again, these are all, you have them in your templates. This is a military man, Greg Cook. And Greg has served with the US Air Force as a colonel, right? And since our work together, he now has a book and a very wonderful speaking career. At that point, he just come off service in the government, right? And so with that, notice, well, he worked with me, so we were able to do his longer paragraph of 4 sentences in 1 line, but look at his 4 sentences. It's really the most important piece, right? And it's the most important part of what is needed. Okay, next you've got, let's see who else. Jen. Jen is a branding coach. That's her thing, is branding. And now Jen's very funny and fun. She's working on a book. You notice, for those of you who raised your hand when I said, do you have a book? Maybe in the next question is, are you working on a book? You, in your bio, put is the author of an upcoming book. And if you know the book title, great. If you don't know the book title, just put, like, before I knew that I was going to be a guerrilla publicity author, I said, Jill is the author of an upcoming book on publicity. That's it. So if you're dreaming of wanting to create a book, great, put it in your bio, and that you're the author of an upcoming book on, fill in the blank. Okay, now Jen's got some really good experience with Diet Coke and the US Chrysler Jeep and the US Postal Service. But really her big thing is helping entrepreneurs. And so, the sort of fun thing we put in is defending the universe from mediocre marketing, one entrepreneur at a time, because she shifted audiences. Okay, so just kind of look at that. All right, let's keep going. So with that, my friends, I want to spend 5 minutes right now, heads down, bring out your bio, cut and paste, exit out, whatever you got to do, work on your bio for 5 minutes. Okay? And we'll leave my short bio up on the screen. You can, copy it as good as you can. Don't worry if you don't have any names to use. Focus on what you do have. And let's have you shine your brilliance in your bio right now. 5 minutes, please. Okay, my friends, that was 5 minutes. All right, beautiful. Can I just ask, because I just forgot, did the shortest hair go first last time? Give me a thumbs up if you did. Okay, so now shortest hair, you're the timer. Shortest hair person, you're the timer. And again, just point to someone who looks like they have the shortest hair. And you know what, one thing I find is hold up the actual phone and say auditory also, stop. So you got 2 ways to catch people's attention. That's beautiful. Longest hair, you're going first and pop right in, and then you're going to pick the next person. What you're going to do, we'll have 12 minutes again. You're going to actually just read your bio. Read your bio with excitement. Read your bio with energy, even if you don't feel overly excited about it in the moment. It's okay. Okay? I want you to put that energy in there, because then people feel you more. All right, we're going to breakouts. We'll see you back in 12 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Second light. I feel it's like the second night of Hanukkah or Christmas, my true love gave to me. All right, more about that later. Yes, let's get those presents and parties started, because your message matters, your bio matters, and your bio is your every 90-day system. Let's write it in the chat, please. Every 90 days, you are going to review your bio. And as we're talking right now, I want you please on your Publicity Crash Course action list to put the date, or actually in your calendars even better, review bio. So on 1/15, review message, and on March 15th, 3/15, review bio. What I do is actually put it a few days earlier, give myself a little grace, right? So I don't have to do it that day. I usually do it 3 days earlier. So I'm on time to just give myself a little grace. And, you know, things like that are always in my calendar. Put yourself in your calendar. Let's take some shares, up to 3 shares, please. What happened for you in the breakout group for bio? Someone who hasn't talked, let me hear from you. Who wants to share? Come on, come on, come on. Let me hear from you. Raise your hand in the Hollywood Squares, or raise your hand. I see Mobile Mary, excellent. And I see Lena. Let's start with Mary, and then we'll go to Lena.
Sure. I shared a bio that I actually shortened that's on my website, and they said it was still too long. So I was trying to figure out, I guess I don't know if I need to submit it somewhere to have feedback on it, or, but they all had the impression it was too long.
Okay. So, well, let me just say, in the next level, I always look at your bio and put my eyes on it for sure. What I would tell you is, for right now, think less is more, really.
Yes,
always.
That was the feedback.
Yes, always less is more.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just
and
really
so what I meant is there like a certain, like, do you have a template that we should follow that
I
has,
do.
like, certain things in it? Okay.
Yes.
I probably have
like 4 sentences, typically 4 sentences. You could move to 5. We do have the template in the inside of the handouts.
Okay.
So you definitely have it. You can also look at, like, inside of a book. Follow that kind of, you know, how did an author do it? Actually, I take that back. On the back of a book, okay, on the back of a book is where the short bios are.
Right.
So I want to show you something.
Where is your handout that I should go look at?
Mary Beth, can you answer her on that?
Maybe it was emailed to
They
us.
were emailed yesterday.
Oh,
Mary?
okay. I'll go look. I was having trouble with my email, so I'll go look. Thank you.
Okay. If you don't have them, just send me a private chat and I'll email them to you directly.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so like on the back of this book is my bio, right? Right inside of the book, it's actually my long bio. Look at that, much longer. Well, 2 pages. And then the last page is taking the profit of kindness beyond the book, which is all about consulting, etc. I also want to show you something when you're demonstrating something in Zoom. Okay, if you look at how I would normally hold a book, which is by my face, for a little bit of a short period of time, enough that people can tune into it. But look how glary it is. So what you want to do is move it forward just a little bit. Whatever you're showing when it's shiny, put it forward a little bit. You notice the glare goes away? Yes, beautiful. And then of course, don't cover your name, right? And so watch all those kind of fun things. You don't want to cover up names. So this goes for whatever you're demonstrating, but I notice a lot of glare happens on people's products. And I think that that's really important. All right, with that, let's bring up Lena. Lena, what would you like to say?
Hi, well, I had that in mind to keep it down to 4 sentences. And then I realized after I was reading that I was reading forever. And then I think I discovered that my sentences were probably too long. So I think I need to kind of take out some extra words, or that was what I learned. And then also I think just practicing and saying it the way I'm writing it is just, there's just more clarity and more, in saying it over and over again. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And yes, not only are you hearing how it sounds, because the written word is different than the spoken word. And honestly, I think it's important that you actually read your bio to someone else, read your message to other people, have other people look at it, hear it, listen, and say, it landed, it didn't land, right? All of those things actually, yes, are important. And I'm glad you're feeling the difference between the speaking of it and the reading of it. So good job. All right, thank you. And let's go to Kathy.
Hi, I have just a couple of questions about that, because in no particular order. When a woman is, been doing this for a while, like I think in your bio, Jill, you were saying with over 25 years of experience. Well, if I count them up, I've got 30 something years of experience, 35, 30 something. And, it's like, I don't want to be perceived as, oh, she's too old, if I've been working so long in my field. So could you just like, if you don't want to shine a light on somebody doing a math on your age, kind of, and then also when you have a short bio versus long bio and you say, review your bio every so often, I'm like, holy smokes, I haven't died. You know what I mean? Like every 3 months, we got to review this. Holy mackerel.
Yes. Every 3 months, every 3 months.
And so, I get that it's used for different things, but could you talk a little bit about that? Like, I don't know how to spell podcast, for example. So if I'm going to try to get into a podcast or have could you talk like what version you use when and so forth?
So I always use the short version. Always use the short version, right? Carissa even just put something in the chat about, oftentimes they have a very short area where you can fill in your bio. But typically the short bios are going to work for most purposes. They work for introductions. They work for conference, like if you're speaking at a conference or featured speaker, they work there. The long bios I like more for pretty much the website. I hold it for that because certainly media wants short. Most people want short. Right. And then Kathy, on the you can say decades of experience. I'm almost 30 years in this business. I say 25, more than 25 years is how I put it, just FYI. So, and decades worth of experience, but I like the over 25 years. If you're over that, tends to work well.
Okay.
Okay. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll take one more. Ranchelle, is it a share?
No, it's a question and it can wait till whenever I can ask it.
Okay, beautiful. You can also, if you need to private chat me, that would be great.
I can do that. Thank you so much. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Okay, great. So I want to give away something. Would you like a gift? Who'd like a gift? Woo, 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 woo. Let's get out of our head and into the present. And we are going to spin the wheel and give away a Guerrilla Publicity book. Who'd like to win it? I want to see it. I want to see it. Okay, to win it, you got to shake it. You got to shake it. Come on. You got to shake it. All right, Mary Beth, we're ready for the wheel. You got to dance. Whoop, can you get the wheel up? Oh, it was up. It was spinning.
I thought it was up. I was sharing the sound and everything. I'm dancing along. So Tressa, congratulations.
Well, guess what? Tressa, you won Guerrilla Publicity. Yahoo! And we can, you know, we enjoyed the dance and the moment of yes, it was always there. Which, by the way, again, you know, things happen, right? In media, stuff's going to happen. So what I'd recommend is you just go with it, right? You dance, you keep the energy up, because stuff blips. I can tell you many studio faux pas, I'll call it, where it's like, what the heck just happened? And you keep going, you keep going. And I'll just mention, I was on an ABC major radio station driving along because, well, I got a speaking engagement after I had booked the media. And remember, you always say yes to media. And so I did not change it. While I was going through one of the tunnels, the signal went down in the middle of a 7-minute interview, which is a lot on ABC radio. And I remember it went down at about 4 minutes. And I quickly turned to the side of the road and went up a hill and stopped my car and actually got back online, excuse me, with the producer, who said, hey, Jill, did you have a good vacation? Now, I basically did not say anything. I said, you know, thank you. You know, what I was sharing about publicity is boom. And I went right back to task. Don't let anyone take you out with regard to your message. If I had spent time saying, oh, I'm so sorry, my, you know, signal went out, or I went through this tunnel, and had spent any time telling him the story, that's my time that I just gave away. Can you get that? Give me a thumbs up if this is, if you're getting this. Yes? Do not give away your time. Do not surrender to someone else's whatever they want to talk about. You are in charge of your message. And if you remember nothing else today, which of course you won't, you'll remember many, many things. But let me just say, you are in charge of your message, always. Okay? So with that, I have brought in Steve Lillo. And Steve is a webmaster, designer, artist extraordinaire, meaning he, you know, has been doing this wonderfully and powerfully for over many years. Let me just say it like that, right? He's a pioneer in this industry, and he's also changed as the industry's changed, like any good expert does. He's also written a book, which all of you are getting. So super excited about that. And I've asked Steve to share maybe 10 minutes worth of what makes your website work, what's really good for PR, what's important to pay attention to. And let's welcome Steve Lillo with Jazz Hands. Woo-hoo!
Thank you, Jill. Hey, everybody. You know what? You know what time it is? It's now time. And it's time to take a look at your website and see how it's supporting your business, what might be tweaked, expanded, and things for you to think about in terms of your website as a tool for your business and how it can most effectively support you in your goals, in your revenue goals, in your client goals. So I want to talk about a couple different things. We're going to go kind of quick because I don't have a lot of time, but there's going to be an opportunity at the end for you to ask me some questions at a later date. So I'll let you know about that as we get to that point. First, I want to start off talking about thinking about your website as a tool. And, you know, like a hammer is used to pound nails into a wall, or something like a magnifying glass is used to take a really close-up look at something. Your website is a tool. And the first question to ask is, what do I want this tool to achieve? What's the purpose for the website, for my website in my business? Am I wanting to attract clients? Am I wanting to sell a product or service? you want to think about what outcomes you want to enable people to take in your website. Do you want them to sign up for something, give them your name and email address? And when you think about each of those things you want to be able to do in your website, you want to think about what's the best way to implement that in the website to make it easy and to create the highest degree of likelihood that people are going to come in and take whatever that action is. Because, you know, often people will go to a website and they'll look at it and they'll look at some pages and think, oh, this is great. This is really good information. I'm going to come back here. And then tomorrow, what happens? How many of you have done that and you think, what was that website? Where did I find that? So you want to enable people to take an action and start a process and start to build a relationship with you. So one of the first things to think about is, who is your target audience? What are their needs? How do you serve their needs? What are their objectives? Why are they coming to your website? And is your website a fit for what their needs are? You want to make it really clear on your website who it is you serve, how you serve them, and what the outcomes are that you provide. The easier it is for people to get what that is when they come to the website, the higher degree of likelihood that your target audience is going to respond and take an action. Some of the actions might be download an ebook. It might be register for a free program. It might be schedule an introductory consultation, and you can have them book that right into your calendar. It might be take a free assessment and find out about something about yourself. So there's lots of different things you can do to get people to take an action. And thinking about who they are and what their needs are is really important. Talking about your target audience, I want to kind of illustrate that you have multiple target audiences. Of course, your customers and clients, that's your main target audience, but also because you're in a PR seminar now, the media is one of your target audiences. What are the needs and interests of the media? Why are they coming to your website? What are they looking for? How can you best serve their needs? It's also important to keep in mind that media people are really busy and they have tight deadlines and they don't have a lot of time to waste, really. So the easier it is you can make things for them on your website, the more likely it is that you're going to be included in a story, in an article, in an interview. So what should you have in your website for the media? Well, a media section for one. And inside that media section would be any previous media that you've done, any articles or interviews, press releases, anything that would go into a media kit, bio, and you can have different lengths of bios. And Jill's right, generally shorter is better, but in the context of your website, not necessarily, because one of your markets and one of your audiences is search engines. What are search engines looking for? They're looking for content. They want to see keyword phrases. So by having a longer bio in your website and more content in your website in general, the search engines have more content to index, and it makes it more likely that they're going to be able to effectively index your website. Back to the media, they want to see that you have some level of experience, whatever that is. You know, everybody starts at zero, and that's totally okay. But the more experience you have and the more background you have with media, you want to include that in your website so that a media person looks at that and says, oh, okay, this person has some experience. This person's done X, Y, Z. I'm gonna contact them and start a process and see if I want to interview them for whatever it is I'm doing. So you want to be thinking about what the media needs and how you can support them. I talked a little bit about search engines, and search engines are one of your audiences. So what is a search engine looking for? They're looking for content. They're looking to make sure that there are no problems with your website, that everything's working fine. There's no broken links. There's no errors that need to be corrected. They're looking for to see how focused your website is, how focused your content is. Are you targeting a specific audience? They're also looking to see how many links are pointing to your website from other websites. And the more quality links you have pointing to your website, the higher your website's going to rank compared to another similar website. What do I mean by quality links? in the olden days, not that long ago, people used to put links anywhere just to get a link pointing to a website. And people would set up websites that were just a list of links. And initially that worked, but as search engines grew more intelligent, they look at things like that as cheating, kind of, you know. So you want to have legitimate sources and you want to have legitimate links pointing to your website. And one of the great things about PR is it's a wonderful way to get links pointing to your website from other websites. Sending out press releases, getting those press releases picked up. Generally, anytime your press release gets reprinted, they'll include the link to your website. And that's another link pointing to your website from a media website. That's one of the best things you can do for visibility in the search engines and getting ranked better in the search engines. The other thing I want to talk about in terms of search engines and your audience in general is content and updating your content, keeping things current. And one of the best ways to do that is to have a blog. You want to ideally post every week, every 2 weeks is ideal. Some people post more frequently, and I know it's really hard to, you know, oh, look at your to-do list. Oh, now I need to post in a blog. When it's 7 o'clock, I want to go home. So one of the things you can do is, instead of feeling like you need to write a new post every time, you can check and see what's current in the news that's related to what it is you do, your area of expertise, and quote an article and then comment on it, put your spin on it, make it your own, but leverage content that's already existing that people are also likely searching for if it's something that's a current event related or something that's newsworthy. And it's a great way to write a blog post without having to write the whole thing from scratch. And one of the best ways to find out about things that are in the news is to use what's called Google News Alerts. And that's a magical thing where you can type keyword phrases into a section in Google, and anytime something new comes up that Google finds out about, they'll send you an email with a link. And for news type information, it's a great way to find out about things that are happening. And an important thing to remember is also put your name in, put your business name in as keyword phrases. And then anytime you pop up in the news, Google's going to send you an email. It's like a free clipping service that works 24 hours a day for, you know, all you have to do is wave. Doesn't cost you anything. So I hope this has been helpful. I know I went kind of quick, and Jill has asked me to make some time available to all of you. And what we'll be doing is half-hour sessions in small groups, usually 2 to 3 people. There's no cost for that. The value is $250. So because you're in Jill's course today, you're getting that opportunity for free. And I guarantee you're going to love it. Everybody does. Mary Beth is going to put the address in the chat for that. And go to that page, pick a date that works for you. There's several options, several different dates available, and put yourself in. Make a note about when you scheduled it so you remember, put it in your calendar. Sometimes people don't write it down and it falls off the list. And occasionally I don't have a full house, and I like really serving people. So I want you all to show up. I hope you all benefit from that. And I hope this has been helpful and that you learned some valuable information today. This has been wonderful. Thanks, everybody. Oh, one more thing. So when we look at your website, I'm going to use this magnifying glass, and I'm going to really take a really close focused look at it and really help you to have your website be more effective. So what's great about it is, rather than what I've talked about today being general, I'm really going to focus on your website and give you really targeted feedback on how you can make it better for your business. Thanks, everybody.
Steve, you are amazing.
Thank you, Jill.
We appreciate you coming here. Could you all give him some woo, 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 jazz hands?
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, yes. And I want to say, Steve is the reason that guerrilla publicity went #1. The reason why Profit of Kindness went #1 in 4 categories, right? He has consistently supported my websites with profitofkindness.com and jilllublin.com with roving testimonials that look super cool. And Steve, really, you know, your efforts, because one of the things we didn't say is he helps people do bestseller campaigns. But really what I want to really be grateful for with twisting his arm a little bit was that he is giving you, my friends, a half an hour of free consulting. Okay, so go click the link right now because it is going to disappear after today. No kidding. It is an amazing value. And we appreciate you doing that, Steve. So really, really thank you. And I hear such amazing things from everybody who goes and the value you give. So I always, always appreciate you.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Woo, woo, woo. Give them a rock and roll. Goodbye.
Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day. Learn a lot.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, super cool. So I want you to go do that right now. And when you do that, I want you actually to put a 1 in the chat because frankly, I want to know this gift is received. I do, you know, make extra, shall we say, effort to bring you great people. And frankly, he's giving us time, which is one of the most valuable things without receiving any monetary compensation because of, well, me asking. So go ahead and sign up for that. And super, when you do, put a 1 in the chat so I can, we just know who's doing it and who's taking advantage of it, which will be very, very smart on your part. The other thing we put in the chat was the Google Alerts link. So go ahead and grab that from the chat so that you know exactly where to sign up and what to do. And thank you for putting the 1s in. I appreciate that. So that's super. Let me just, if I might, while you guys are signing up for this, I just want to open up, see if there's just any major questions. Kind of, you know, we have a 30-day system, which is message. We have a 60-day system, which is the bio. When we come back, we're going to do another little piece, but I'd like to just open it up 5 minutes for just Q&A, like what's on your mind. Right?
I thought the bio was 90 days. It's 60 days.
I'm sorry. Did I say 90? It is every 90 days. Excuse me. Yes, okay. It is every 90 days. Thank you. Good question.
Thank you.
Beautiful. It is so 30-day message, 90-day bio. And then when we come back, I'll give you the 60 days. How are you all doing? Just give me a thumbs up. Are you getting this? Yes? Yes, yes. Beautiful. Now I'm going to tell you, you know, 25 plus years of PR experience is giving you, if you notice, very simple PR things to do quickly, right? That's really my focus is to get your message in 5-year-old language. And that, my friends, will make a world of difference for how people receive you. I think it just makes such a difference, such a difference. By the way, I also want to say about Steve's, like, don't get, this is not a today, you have to do this, meaning you're not consulting today. He has things that work for you in your schedule, just FYI, because somebody asked me about that. And I'm just saying it expires after today because that's a big value. So super on that. Thank you for that question. Jonathan, please.
Everything's clear and great so far. I guess I have a question about the messaging. Like I still feel, I mean, I understand the concepts that you're talking about, but I don't feel any more skilled myself in my message. I was wondering if we're going to do more on the messaging and more maybe with your input on that as well, because I don't know how far you go with that today. So I guess that was my question.
Okay, so Jonathan, you're in the boot camp too, right?
Yes.
Because we're going to actually go over it again there. So make sure to, you know,
okay.
Antennas up there. So just know that's another time we'll go over it. And just so you know, for those of you who go on to work with me, I actually look at it, review it, redesign it as needed. So that's a piece of that. Just for today, though, because of I want to get a whole bunch of stuff in, you are going to have opportunities to do more breakouts where you'll be practicing a different element of your message. But, you know, Jonathan, if you have time in that, slip it on in. I think would be good because And I purposely designed this so that the others are giving you the actual feedback. Why? Because you know what, your audience are people who are in your networking groups. Your audience are people who are listening to podcasts and seeing you in blogs. Steve mentioned how important that was, right? And so just please know that that's a lot of it, is that I want it purposely. The other thing, honestly, is that don't get too in your head about this.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
probably better than you think.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. I guess too, like, I mean, obviously you have experience doing this. Like I've done a lot of breakout rooms and taught a lot of them. Of the sweet spot of how much is too little, how much time. Because I found, like, for me in our group, all the feedback was very general and quick because we were so short on time. So I'm sure that's probably intentional. But so even within that, I found it was hard for us to give each other too much, you know.
Right, right. Well, and part of that is I want you to get it out. Whoop.
Yeah.
I want you to get it out, right? I want you to make sure it sounds okay. I want others, not because they're your judges and critics, right? But I want them to just go, yeah, makes sense. It makes sense. Might be better this way.
Yeah. I figured that. I figured that was the intention.
Yeah, it's not. And also, I don't want people to dig. Let me just say, I noticed that when I sometimes give people more time, there's a lot more chit chat, not to the focus. I've tried it, by the way, just so you know.
I figure that. I figure you've done both. So
yeah, and this worked. It gives people enough time to get quick feedback. Is this working? Is this not working? How's it feel? Boom. Most importantly, it's about your experience.
Yeah.
And making sure that it feels good and getting out there. Does that make sense, Jonathan?
No, it does. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. I have a request too, by the way. And that is because for whatever reason, we don't have it in some of the notes. Would you by chance be so kind to private message Mary Beth and tell her where you heard about me? Where you heard about me. Could have been a networking group, could have been an email you got. Because one of the things we want to measure is, you know, the data. What's working? Whose group are you in that maybe I spoke for, or that we have a collegial relationship and they let you know about something I was doing. That would really, really be helpful. Can you do that? Would you private message Mary Beth? I appreciate that. And yeah, private message, not in the main chat, please. And that's really, really helpful. Beautiful. And Mary Beth, has they used up all Steve's seats? Is that what I'm seeing? Or yeah, so keep going, because I think he opened up enough seats time-wise. Okay. Let's see. I think that, yeah, thank you for keep putting the ones in. That's super great. What we are going to do is now we're going to on a 25. Oh, do it to Mary Beth, please. Mary Beth, are you on chat? Because I'm getting the chats. Ramona, if you'd be so kind to Mary Beth. That'd be great. And thank you.
I am receiving chats. Yeah, Steve still has times on 12:20 at 4 p.m. Pacific, 12:21 at 2 p.m. Pacific, and 12:27 at 4 p.m. Pacific.
Okay, and tell him he's probably going to have to open up a few more. Would be great, because that's only
and also one for January 4th.
Beautiful. You just let him know to open up a few more, just to give them a little, yeah, a little space, so to speak. It's great. And thank you. Okay, beautiful. So we're going to come back at 12:55. Go ahead and still register for Steve's. Use this time. Use this time also to please let Mary Beth know where you came from specifically. It's very helpful for us, and thank you for that. So let's come back at 12:55. That's Pacific. Set your alarms, please. Set your alarms. I know I do. I set it for 5 minutes before so I can check everything, if you know what I mean. And I'll see you back. Have a beautiful, blessed moment. Nurture yourself. Go get some air, make some calls, make some money. Go have fun. We'll see you back in 25 or so minutes. Bye-bye, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Woohoo! Give me a thumbs up if you had some good, whatever, lunch, calls. Yes? Beautiful. Very great. Very great. Couple of things. Number one, I know Steve opened up some more, so if you're having any issues, please private chat Mary Beth. And super excited to serve you all on that. Let's see, there was one more thing. What was the one more thing? Hang on. Consult the notes when all else fails, right? Well, I think for right now, what I'd like to do is, I'd like to just hear some ahas. What have been some ahas from the morning to now? Let's hear some ahas. Because, you know, the more you share, the more you care. And I see Ranchelle, and who'd be after Ranchelle? Come on, come on. I know you have some ahas. Please do share. What's some ahas, Ranchelle, for you? And you're on mute.
There, am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Excellent. So a great aha for me was just to be more deliberate with my strategies, and that all of this really ties in together. So if I want to get to that next level, I'm just going to have to up level in this particular way. So it was great. And along with the strategy though, Jill, which is fantastic, are the actual steps. So it's not only the what to do, but it's the how to do. And I really, really appreciate that, because that's been the stopping point for me.
Oh,
Thank
beautiful. I'm so glad. Yeah, you know, I mean, the important point is that you know what's next to do, even if it isn't perfect right now. And honestly, in a shorter class, this isn't a day, you know, multiple day long class. We do the best we can with time. And frankly, my intention is to give you the most amount of information. I mean, this is, what are we, about halfway through the class, believe it or not, right? And so you want to look at continuous growth and evolution of your message, etc.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's been
beautiful.
perfect. Can't wait for the boot camp, because I am registered for the boot camp. So excited. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We are too. We are too. And thank you, Ranchelle. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And also just want to share with all of you that you will be getting an additional gift, those of you who are in the boot camp, yay, 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 of more coaching, very specifically from people who are oriented for how to create breakthroughs in your business. I actually pay for these coaching sessions. So just know, I'm just telling you ahead of the game, you will be getting calls that basically say, hey, you know, sign up for this program, the coaching session specifically. And I will tell you, it's going to be a breakthrough for all of you. And I do pay for those sessions. It's an extra bonus and part gift. It was supposed to be a surprise, but I'm going to tell you now, since you're in this session, you know, don't ignore those calls. I mean, take action and get your sessions booked, because I know the breakthroughs that have been happening. And we need to know the budget on top of that. So that's just what's true too. So I'm super excited. And also just, will you raise your hand? Did you all get to Mary Beth, how you actually got to me? I just want to repeat that instruction. Would you just raise your hand, give me a thumbs up if you've done that? Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mary Beth, if there is anyone else, just go ahead and private message them, would be fantastic. Thank you all for putting a 1 in the chat that you booked time with Steve. Super great. I know he's a few more open. Grab them, and they're hot, I promise, in a good way. Okay, great. So who else? Mary Beth, who had their hand up? There was somebody next. We're doing
Ramona, I believe it was you.
Perfect, Ramona. Yeah, we're doing breakthroughs. What's your ahas? Please share.
In a breakout room, it was suggested after I gave my short bio to vary my voice more. Just wanted to point that out to the group, because it was very valuable for me.
Oh, very good. Yes, voice. Okay, let me just share with you. I am talking honestly in a more, shall we say, expanded, energetic voice than I normally do.
Gotcha.
Right. And, you know, at the end of the day, I'm tired. I'm spent. I have used myself up, so to speak. And of course, that's how I love every day. But I want you to know that you have to extend your energy when you are presenting, when you are in media. I mean, listen, most media interviews, let's call it 4 minutes to 30 minutes for podcasts or for interviews for magazines and newspapers. You can keep your energy up for that time. And I'm really going to recommend you do. And then, of course, remember to smile every so often, right? Got to smile so that people see that. But yes, vary your tone, vary your energy. When you're telling something, a great story or the money you've helped people make, raise your energy, raise your voice. If you're telling a sad story, lower your voice. And I had to also learn to slow down. People always thought I'm from New York. I'm actually from Michigan, just so you know. But everybody always thought I was from New York because I talk fast and I do think fast. So part of it for me has been to slow down. Here's what I've noticed. I don't know about you, but when people are going too fast, I feel a sense of anxiety. Anyone ever feel that? You know, it's like just too fast. And you don't have to go fast in order to engage people. So my advice to you is slow down. Slow down. It's going to be helpful for you. And I promise you, people can receive you more. And you know what? If you don't get to one more point, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so I find people are too much, I'll call it fire hosing, trying to get all the info in, trying to do too much that people can't respond or take it in, right? We want to give people time to take you in. So that does mean a pause every so often. It's okay. You know, I got hired by John Astroff. Raise your hand if you know who he is. He's amazing in the world of, whoops, drop my phone. Hang on. He's amazing in the world of brain and personal transformation and amazing man. I'm sure any of you know who've had the pleasure of working with him or seeing him speak. He's brilliant. And if you haven't, go look him up. He's really brilliant. And he hired me because he was going on Larry King. And, you know, it was as simple as, John, you got to smile more. You know, it's like he's a serious guy. He's got a lot of information in his head. He's really brilliant. And not only did he have to smile more, but I had to get him, shall I say, more pointed stories, right? Quicker, more pointed stories and to the point and on point. So that's just something that I want to say to you to, you know, that may be important, right? That may be important to slow down, to smile more, even if you're so in, you know, you're the presenter, right? Or particularly on media, like there's two things about media. If you do have something particularly you're launching, whether it be a book or a program, you want to say it usually a number of 3 times in an interview. Like even a 4 or 5 minute interview, you're going to mention it 3 or 4 times. Isn't that cool? And you don't just say in my book, you say in my book, Guerrilla Publicity. You repeat the title of the book. You're going to sound to yourself like a broken record in a robot. I'm promising you, people are still just hearing it sometimes, maybe the 2nd or 3rd times. Okay, so that's really important. So remember that. That's a general rule, 3 times within one interview. Mention your product or your service. You know, when I work with people in PR consulting, right? Or when I work with people as a business coach, as a mindfulness leader, as a weight loss expert, as a, you know, fill in the blank. Fill in the blank, right? And I think that that's important. And just something that you should know about, okay? All right, beautiful. Who's got more ahas? Let me see. Let me hear more ahas. Come on, come on. I know there's more ahas in there. Raise your hand and share, please. We'll take, let's say 2 more. Sharing is caring, and publicity gets you seen, heard, and paid. Write that down. By the way, that was given to me. I'll just tell you. Does anyone know who Susie Carter is by chance? Raise your hand if you know who Susie Carter is. She's really brilliant. Have you ever heard of Lisa Nichols? Raise your hand if you've heard of Lisa Nichols. Yes, Susie was Lisa's, I don't know if you would say business partner in many ways, really helped her grow her business so that now she, can publicly sell it. Lisa Nichols, I mean. Lisa Nichols is brilliant. If you don't know her work, please go look her up. She's fantastic. And Susie was her, wingwoman, I guess would be more appropriate. And hysterical and a great trainer and coach. Well, Susie Carter hired me, before COVID, just so you know, I actually helped people get major book deals with publishers and agents. And sometimes I would connect them to the agent and sometimes to the publisher. And Susie Carter, C-A-R-D-E-R, was one of the women who I got an agent who got her a 6-figure book deal. 6 figures. That's over $100,000, my friends, with Simon & Schuster. That book has now been out. It's super exciting. And, I'll just say to you that it's truly a blessing to have helped her in her career. And of course, Susie is very, shall we say, grateful to me. Lisa Nichols has had me speak on her stage because we know each other through different networking that we've done together. And then Susie has me also train in her mastermind. She's got amazing coaching and consulting programs. And she basically helps people make more money. That's her big thing, make more money. It's really, she's super smart. In fact, Mary Beth, I just occurred to me, if you want, post her. I think she's got something coming up that we can invite people to as our guest, if I'm not mistaken, I hope. So anyway, point is, she's brilliant. We've worked together, it's establishing these kinds of relationships. So what does Susie do? Susie has me talk to her mastermind. I mean, people pay her probably 30 grand to be in her mastermind, right? And I get to speak to that crowd. John Asseroff, because I've done a great job training his people, I get to speak to his people. So you show up, you be great, you deliver, you create great results, and you be in integrity and give great value. Guess what happens? You get invited all kinds of places, right? So take a look strategically. Who else could you be playing with? It's a good question to ask yourself. Who else could you be playing with? And I think that that's something from a public relations standpoint that you want to look at. Okay, do we have any other hands up? Who's got some things they want to share? Thank you, Kathy. Oh, good. I haven't heard from you all day. Love hearing new voices, new faces. Thank you all for sharing. I appreciate that. Go for it.
I really enjoyed the, it's all about my message, and I'm going to be promoting a memoir, but what I really liked about this is that it really made me focus on even though I'm telling a very personal story, it really made me focus on the overall issues surrounding the story in focusing on ways that it's very relatable to the folks that I want to, some of the audience that I want to be reaching. So, it's
beautiful. Beautiful. And to recreate that, right? And recreate that, way of people looking at you, right? And that's important. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, Kathy.
And
anyone else? Come on, one more. Find it in your heart. Jonathan, please.
So taking like your systems and just the clarity of them and what we're doing, and then hearing Steve talk for a few minutes, just seeing how everything's interlinked, like your message, Google search engine, PR, media, how it's just being so concise with the message and seeing how everything is interlinked. Is just
yes, and it does interlink. And that's why having Steve on here, listen, can I just tell you, a lot of people want to be on my events for obvious reasons, right? They get to reach certain people and have a new audience. And here's the thing. What's interesting is that I only say yes to a very few. Number one, the ones I know are going to give you great value. You'll have specific people at the boot camp you'll see. They've been carefully vetted. I've worked with them for years. I know who they are. Makes a big difference, right? And I know who they are as people, but also for their contribution and for their willingness to hear you, to be generous, right? Beautiful. So that's just something to know. And thank you, Jonathan. And it does all tie together. And that's why I bring Steve in, because frankly, you need a great website. Listen, I have a woman who's in my program, and yesterday we were having our private magic bullet session, and you know what? I went to look at her website and it wasn't great. It wasn't great. It didn't promote her well, even though it wasn't bad. But you know, the thing I will always say to you, and for all of us, and me too, by the way, we have to relook every year at ourselves, every moment at ourselves. Like, are we showing up in the best way possible? Kathy, did you have one more you want to add? Or did you just not put down your hand yet? Okay, got it. Let's bring Lena up. Lena, please share. What's an aha?
An aha, well, that the more we learn, the more we get clarity, the more we get aligned to our message, the better it feels coming out, and you can almost feel it being resonated on the other side. And I'm just grateful for being able to see the spectrum of everybody being in different spaces within that, and then moving along within that, because, you know, we shift when we see somebody else just shift, and just seeing the shifts, it just shifts us all together. So it's just a beautiful to see and to feel and be in.
Oh, thank you, Lena. And yes, and this is why I have people go to breakouts. This is why, I mean, honestly, I attract great people. I really declare that. And in my space, connections occur and miracles happen. And I know that, and I've seen it, and it's consistent. And part of that is attracting great people, just like you. And what you're always, of course, seeing is a reflection, because that's how you're showing up and being present, which is amazing. So thank you for that. And I just really, yes, you're welcome. I just really want to underline the part about showing up with your message wherever you're at is going to give you more and more confidence. And that as you say that better and better, more and more confidence keeps happening. Okay, so super on that. Thank you so much for sharing, everybody. I appreciate all of your support and your ahas. And it also lets me know what's sticking, right? Like, you got to ask your clients what's sticking and what's sticky, right? Including, you know, including for me, it was managing time for people to have work on their bios. Like, we used to put on music and people were going, no, don't put on the music. I get too, whatever, distracted by it, right? Even though it was the music that's supposed to enhance learning, blah, 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 right? Sometimes it just doesn't work. So you gotta, you know, you gotta pay attention to what people are paying attention to and what they love, not what you love, because I love the music, right? And sometimes then you also have to keep with what you know works, right? Because what I know works is not give people too much time to get in your head with these different documents we're doing, because then you're just in your head and things aren't getting done. Everybody you're with me? Is this making sense to you? Raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. Good. Well, let's go on to another fabulous system. This is going to be done every 60 days. I call this announcements, and announcements create the I've heard of you somewhere syndrome. Yes, yes, I've heard of you somewhere syndrome. I love this. It's such a simple strategy, but don't be surprised at its simplicity, because it's incredibly effective. And I'm going to tell you a few ways and reasons why it's incredibly effective, and you know why it is. So with that, I'm going to show you what an announcement looks like. Okay, and then this is one place where you are going to actually, I'm going to actually give you, yes, the feedback right in the chat. It'll take me a moment. You have to be patient, but we will be doing feedback right in the chat as you put it inside the chat. So the announcement announces something like, let's say you have a book coming out. Let's say you have a product you're launching. Let's say you have somebody new you've hired. And that could be an assistant. It could be at any level, right? And so the first sentence of your announcement is that announcement. It's in the present. It's something that has, I would prefer, already happened. So super cool thing for those of you who have books is you actually can get 3 announcements out of this. The announcement that your book is coming out, like when I got a contract for Get Noticed, Get Referrals on McGraw-Hill, I announced Jill has just gotten a contract for her. That was my third book. Jill's gotten a contract for her 3rd book with McGraw-Hill, due out, and then I put the approximate date, right? The next one was Jill announces that her book is out, kind of like, and then the 3rd one is what you're seeing more on this actual slide, which is this is my 4th book, reached #1 bestseller status in 4 categories, thanks to Steve Lillo. So with that, right, post in the chat, what's the next part of my announcement? There's 1 sentence that is actually an announcement. And what's the next part of that announcement? Look at the slide. Look at the slide. What's the next part of it? We already did it. That should give you a hint. Write it on the chat, please. Exactly, Ranchelle and Lori. Yes, Lori. A bio. Yes, bio. You got it. That's it. Woohoo! The short bio. Now you know why it has to be. Yes, thank you, Jonathan. Yes, Brittany. Yes, Eva. The short bio, right? And I think that that's really important that you see that, that it's about the short bio. Okay, and the announcement is the announcement is like a wonderful strategy every 60 days, creating the I've heard of you somewhere syndrome, because your name is going to go out again and again and again, right? We're going to actually give you a list for where to send this to. But what I want you to do is, Kathy, to recap, you announced the contract for the book. Yes. Then you announce the publication. That's a 2nd announcement. And then you announce the bestseller. And this is just for books. Right. You're right. Yes. And then you put your bio underneath that announcement, but it's all one paragraph. Okay. And I think that that's really important. Hey, Mary Beth, I don't know if your chat's off, but I just want to, if you could put your chat on, that'd be great. Okay, beautiful. With that, my friends, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to have you start typing in the chat 1 sentence. 1 sentence. What is your announcement? So first your name, right? Dr. Angela, full name, announces that, and then put what has already happened. You got a contract with, you got a book coming out, you've spoken for, you hired, you got appointed to a nonprofit board. All of that are great announcements. Great announcements. Let's start posting it in the chat. Just 1 sentence, please. Okay. Okay, Catherine, that actually works only because you're announcing that it's happened. So that's fine. Eva, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, or Eva. It put coming out in January 2023, okay, would be better. Okay, Bonnie, first book, yes, Your Greatness Within, that works, great. Just capitalize great and within.
Okay.
Yes, Carissa, that works. Beautiful. We got lots of books coming out in January 2023. Great timing. So I love that. Yeah, wait just a moment. Okay. Oops, where did I lost the chat. Bear with me. It's gonna help putting my glasses on. That's gonna help. Okay. Okay, Donna, great. Of course, we need what Board of Trustees is excellent. Okay, Jonathan, let's go straight to the announcement. Save the first part for part of your bio. So, you know, Jonathan's also the author of the award-winning parenting book, blah, blah, blah. So you've got to switch the order. Switch the order. Okay, Ramona, I know we're delighted, but take the word out. It's just you're announcing because we don't want to, shall we say, editorialize too much. So announces her collaboration. And the only other thing I don't know is who our launch is. So just say, delighted to announce her collaboration. I would actually just say, delighted to, excuse me, Ramona Mooney announces her tapping into the power of your intuition launches on New Year's Day. It doesn't matter that it's collaboration, all those other fun things. It's okay. You don't need to include all that. Okay, Lori, that works. Actually, you know what, Lori, I'm going to switch that. Lori announces she has a new, let's just say new podcast, comma, Daring to Leap, comma, releasing January 2023. Okay, Alexia, that's good. That works. Okay, Dr. Catherine, you just want to go straight to announces a workshop, doesn't matter, half day, all that is like our details, meaning internal. We don't need to know it's 8 hours, it's 6, you know, modules. In fact, I want to get you all out of telling people so much about that. You don't have to tell it, okay? So Dr. Catherine, you're announcing your new workshop, teaching group dynamics, and how they influence your company culture, available January 2023. And that works. Okay, Brittany, who is we, right? So name the organization. And okay, Donna, thank you. Catholic Charities, excellent. Okay, Angela, that works. Announces she, actually, I just want to make it a little bigger, announces she was a featured speaker at the 7-figure on how to overcome overload. Excellent. Okay, Lena, is this a group that you have?
Yes, yes, I'm a founder of Ions of Las Vegas. I've just started this year.
Oh, great. Okay. So so I want to see that you're founder, Lena, a founder of Lands of Las Vegas, right?
Oh.
So that's better.
Okay.
Wow, Rancho, you got your hands full with 76 speakers. That's outrageous. Good. But I actually, believe it or not, wouldn't put that in there. So announces the upcoming Clarity, Confidence, and Connection Summit, featuring world-renowned speakers, maybe not 76, because you know what? You know what the mind does, right? Like who's looking at that and going, oh my God. Anyone? Come on, be honest. Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. This is great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, perfect.
So
Thank you.
Take that out.
Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Okay, let me just see. Okay, Sarah, that works. Beautiful. Donna, I think the Board of Trustees is actually better, but this could be a second one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Catherine, that's better. That's a yes, better. Thank you. Okay, did I get everybody? Everybody that's in here? Oh, Kathy, you just came in. Okay, Kathy, one PR thing. I'm going to tell you right away. Your name says Kathy Stapleton on your Zoom and on your chat, but you just called yourself Kathleen. So I'm going to say, which one is it? And whichever one you decide is great, but like change either your Zoom name or change this, including in your bio too, because all of it needs to be the same. All of it. I find this problem particularly with men, Dave and David, John and Jonathan, right? But if you are doing this, please watch this. This is a little, make sure you're not doing this. And it does not matter if it's virtual or in person. Okay, Kathy, too specific. Just, I would say, you know, Kathy Stapleton announces her monthly, let's call it monthly lecture series, Women, Wisdom, and Wealth, and topics centered on financial awareness, making meaningful contribution. That's all good. Then go into your short bio. But not, this is too much detail. Now, the exception, let me give you the exception, is you can put the more detailed piece into what's called the calendar section of your local newspapers. So for instance, the Business Journal in your local newspapers have calendar sections. So do your daily papers. You can submit your actual workshop, you know, specifics into there. But otherwise, in the major announcement, please take all this out. Too much detail. Okay, beautiful. All right, let's move on. Because I want to show you. Mary Beth, let's go to the next slide. Beautiful. I want to show you places to submit it. So daily papers have a people in the news section. Business journals also have a people in the news section. If you're a member, raise your hand if you're a member of a Chamber of Commerce. Excellent. You can use that. Whatever you're a member of, right? Like association memberships, please use that. Also, where you went to university, you have, guess what? A wonderful, usually newsletter or some kind of magazine from your wonderful place you graduated. So I mentioned to you, I grew up in Detroit. I went to Wayne State University in the heart of Detroit. And here's what's interesting. I practice what I preach. I want to make sure that this stuff works for all of you. So I do exactly what I tell you to do, and I make sure that this is working. Well, guess what? When Get Notice, Get Referrals came out, I submitted an announcement that I was recently featured in, that my book was, you know, recently out, et cetera, et cetera. And so I get this call from a gentleman in San Antonio, Texas. He owns a shoe manufacturing company. And he says, Jill, we went to college together. I saw you in the Wayne State University magazine, and congratulations. I actually went out and bought your book. He said, and then I opened up to your bio and I saw that you are a consultant. He says, well, you know, I run a shoe company and we need help marketing. Can you help us? And I said, what? Yes, yes. And that, my friends, was a $6,000 VIP day. Okay, that one announcement, free, into multiple places, one of which was the University Alumni Newsletter, netted me a $6,000 client. And if it did nothing else, would that be worth it to you? Yes? Give me a thumbs up. Yes, yes. And I'm going to tell you, it's story after story like this. People who are announcing things, because what this wonderful strategy does for you is it gives you visibility every 60 days. Every 60 days, it gives you visibility. That's really powerful. Now, religious newsletters, your churches, synagogues, wherever. I have a woman who is raising a young son, and she gets it in the PTA newsletter, and a soccer mom who does the same, right? So get a little creative. Social media. I had a gentleman, I had spoken in Australia, and I had a gentleman who went on to work with me, and we were specific on his announcement. And he's in his 70s, and he was like a little scared of the social media thing. I got him to post his announcement on social media. He got 250 likes, 250 Facebook likes. Now, I don't know, and some comments and all that, but let's just take the raw number of 250. Would that be good for you? Yes, yes. We want 250 of, well, every good thing. Well, you know the point. All right. Also, there's some great resources that some of you are missing, like nextdoor.com. In your local neighborhood, they feature classes or different things coming up, right? They also have, I've discovered now, and this is newer, a business section, right? That you can get connected to other business people. And of course, anybody who goes on Nextdoor and wants to connect with other business people, you already know they're serious. Because what I know about people who are intentional, who show up to networking, who show up and make a difference, who show up and to challenges and invest in themselves, guess what? That says worlds about you and your commitment, right? I have 3 coaches in my life. That keeps me boxed in, accountable, and focused, and that's important. So, it's really good to stay connected, to have mentors and coaches and people in your neighborhood that you're connected to. And that's what Nextdoor does. I love, and by the way, it has to be less expensive things. Like even the price of this course at $197 could not be listed on Nextdoor because frankly, it's too much. They usually like free to $35. And in the announcement category, you should stay within that, basically that amount of money, free to about $35. So that's figuring your free classes or your specials or less expensive things, okay? And so when I was traveling with this course, which I did for years and years and years, my friends, I was in Dallas usually about, 6 times a year at least. I was in Vancouver a lot, Calgary a lot, different parts of Canada, all over the US, New York several times a year, etc. So here's what we would do. We would put it in patch.com. So use Patch because they love local stuff, and use your local patch to announce things. So guess what? I do a free publicity masterclass. Has anyone been in it? I think one or two of you have been in it, actually. That's probably how you found out about me. And guess what? I advertise that. When I say advertise, it doesn't cost me anything, on patch.com because it's in my city and I can do that. So I think that's really a super good thing to know. All right, so guess what? This announcement strategy is going to go out every 60 days. It's going to define giving you everything you've got and repeating yourself so that you create what is it? Put it in the chat. What kind of syndrome are we creating? Go ahead and put it in the chat. Tell me.
I've heard of you somewhere before.
Exactly. The I've heard of you somewhere syndrome. You got it. Thank you, everybody. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love that. And, part of this is about creating the ooh, ah factor. So let's talk about that for a moment. Lori, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Is getting like a professional credential or certification announcement worthy?
Absolutely. Yes.
And if you,
Yes.
okay. And if you happen to have like two things coming up around the same time within that 90 days, is it too frequent then to, you know, announce one thing and then like a month later have another announcement because it just so happens the timing?
I mean, you could try it, you know, on a once off. I will tell you, I tried it like in the chamber. I tried it every 45 days and it was too much. Because, you know, but I would tell you with this exception, if it's just one time you're going to do that, that's okay. I just want to get in the habit of it because it's too much.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. My pleasure. Okay. Let's talk about your ooh, ah factor. Okay. I want you to take yourself off mute. I want you to, at the count of 3, say ooh, ah factor. Are you ready? 1, take yourself off mute. 2, 3.
Ooh, ah factor.
Very good. Give yourselves a hand. Come on. Give yourselves a round of applause. Come on. Round of applause. Beautiful. I like rounds of applause. They're kind of fun, aren't they? You want to create your ooh, I spelled it out for you just in case you didn't know how to spell it. Your ooh, ah factor. And let me tell you, this is one of my best sound bites. And I don't even remember how I found it. It was somehow by accident, you know, asking somebody a question about them. So that was super cool. And I want you right now to start thinking about what is something you could be using everything you've got. This could be your ethnicity. This could be your religion. This could be something unusual about you. Like, let me just say, remember, you know, I always say, just say yes to everything, right? And Catherine, you had posted a question. Oh my gosh, I said no. You always say yes. And then you got me in your front pocket now. We'll figure out the bridge to the story, right? Or you might be talking about something else entirely. So I remember the largest Catholic radio station when Guerrilla Publicity was, by the way, do you notice, since my books are so close, I can easily turn and point to it. Purposeful, my friends. So when I'm speaking, I can point to things as I'm talking, right? I can demonstrate to you each book when I gave you the message. What does that do? It anchors the books for you. And have I said one time, go buy my book? No, I have not. I hope some of you are going to buy my book, just saying. But I haven't said, go buy my book and here's the link or any of that, have I? But I anchor that. Although Mary Beth, maybe we should put the links in occasionally. The truth is, listen, I'm not concerned about, well, when I'm in front of you, I love you buying my books because I call that lunch money. Oh, yay, I have my lunch money. And then it goes in my vacation fund or wherever, right? Or I go out to lunch with it. It's great, $20. We love it. But really, as any author, and I'm going to tell you all, you know, this is about building your connection to people, having legacy, of course, putting your information into a way that people can get it. Listen, I had a real estate woman in my Get Your Darn Publicity Done program who wouldn't even come on camera. That's how afraid she was. And I got her writing a book about how to, and when I say book, I'm talking like a, 40-page how to invest in real estate kind of fun brochure, almost long brochure. So that was super cool. But anyway, the largest Catholic radio station calls me up and they go, Jill, we want you to talk about, well, advertising for the Super Bowl. Now, I got to tell you, I got 3 problems with this. Number 1, I'm not Catholic. Number 2, I knew nothing about the Super Bowl. Who's playing? I never know. It's just not in my realm. And number 3, I'm not an expert in advertising. What am I an expert in?
Yeah, publicity.
Exactly. But when the largest Catholic radio station called me and said, can you talk about Super Bowl advertising? What'd I say?
Yes, sure.
Yes. Of course I said yes. And then I started praying. I figured that would cover the Catholic part. And I do believe in prayer, so that's no problem for me. But I will tell you, and all my books are dedicated to God, just saying. So, that might have caught their attention too. And you know what? It was a incredible, wonderful interview. Now, here's the thing. Whenever they'd ask me, by the way, Google's a beautiful thing. I found out who was playing on the Super Bowl, right? But if they asked me an advertising kind of question, it's called bridging. Write that down. It's a technique. It's called bridging. Thank you for asking, Mary Beth. What I'd like to share about publicity is, or how this relates to publicity is, right? And you just field the questions. And I was a little nervous, I must admit, but I got through it. And it's really funny, the CBC, that's Canadian Broadcasting System, channel rather, they had one, and they're out of Toronto. It's really big throughout all of Canada. They saw Get Noticed, Get Referrals, and they wanted me to talk about the American political election system. Like I'm some expert on it, right? Yes, I have my opinions, like we all do, but certainly it's not my expertise. And they were putting me with these like highfalutin political consultants, and they wanted to know, how do you get noticed in the political climate? I'm like, And I had to create some quick sound bites. And here's what I want to say to you and leave you with: understanding you make up the connections, right? Based on what you know, and you bridge things. And that's how you use everything you've got. But in addition to that, I want you to use your ethnicity. I want you to use your religion. Donna, you said you're just at the board of trustees of Catholic Charities. You go, girl. Let's go to all of Christian media, right? And let's also use Black media, urban radio stations, Black Enterprise magazine. Let's use everything. Let's use International Women's Day because you're a woman. Can we do that? Some of that? You see where I'm going?
I never thought of, I didn't know, I don't know. This is all new for me. I should have been doing more, but I'm glad I met you. I met you at the Leverage Conference.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. But this is my point, right? How could you be using everything you've got? So with that, I want you to reflect on this. One of the women, and excuse me if I told you the story recently, but one of the women in this course who went on to work with me too, she is Filipino. And I remember looking across the screen. She's young, she's beautiful. And I said, what ethnicity are you? And she said, I'm Filipino. I said, excellent. Would you be willing to use that? She said, yes. Now I'm going to tell you, she was in the course because she wanted to grow her digital marketing agency and she wanted to get clients. The truth is she didn't have any when she was in this course. And she put, the fee on the credit card and had faith and got in here, which is beautiful. And I said to her, let's use the fact that you're Filipino and go out for hashtag Stop Asian Hate. Well, my friends, this is the very thing that got her 12 prospects in 1 week, 8 of whom became clients. Would that be good for you? All right, that's the client part. She also got listed as top 30 under 30 Filipino businesswoman. She was 28 at the time. That was 2 years ago. In the middle of COVID, by the way, all of this happened. She got top 30 under 30 Filipino businesswomen. I mean, I'm going to business people, exactly. How excited she was, you can imagine, right? Now, here's the thing I want to tell you. Publicity is a gift that keeps on giving. She can use this. I don't care if she's 45 or 60. She can use this the rest of her life. Do you see how powerful that is? Wouldn't you like something that you can use the rest of your life? Yes. Well, you're in the right place because you can do that with publicity. Even if it's something that's not even relevant for what you're doing right now, you can keep using that. So if you're a certain ethnicity or religion, even if you're not religious, I want you to use it, right? Even, if you're Christian, use Christian media. If you're Jewish, use Jewish media. If you're, Hindu, you get the point. let's use everything you've got. And I think that's going to make a huge difference for some of you. And it actually will be the very thing that gets you in to the media. I love this. I mean, this is the part that's your breakout. You know what I'm saying? This is the part that's going to help you break in to the media, sometimes in ways that you just hadn't thought of before. So Mary Beth's going to post in the chat. It's called nationaldaycalendar.com. And in there, you can also see some days of the year that work, months of the year. We've put on the screen, take a picture of this. I don't want to have to go through it all. You can read it, of times and times parts of the year that might work. You know, obviously we have some coming right up, like January with goals and weight loss and health, right? And so that's super great. So you want to just be looking at how can you be using everything you've got. In October, instead of Halloween, I love to use, what are you afraid of? So if you're in the financial world, you know, are you afraid of losing all your money? And here are some top ways that you can save money. In July, instead of Independence Day, if you're in the United States or Canada, for Canada Day, it's what do you want to be free from, right? Take a look. How can what you do fill in? And then nationaldaycalendar.com, one of my clients, for instance, in my mastermind, she has short limbs on both of her arms. She actually does everything with her feet. She blows me away. Oh my God. And I had to, frankly, really train her about using her story in a much, much better way. So she's far more powerful with it, including, like, she wouldn't show her arms before. Maybe, you know, of course, she had her own stuff about wanting to be like everyone, right? And of course, in her distinctions is what made her so appealing to everyone, and how she's overcome her obstacles. And, you know, now she's a motivational speaker on it. And that doesn't include the stroke she had while she was driving her fully equipped car, right? She had a stroke, can you imagine? And that was after all the stuff she's dealt with in her life. Her mother had taken some kind of drug during her pregnancy, which caused her to be born with short limbs on her arms. She has no arm dexterity, and does, I'll repeat, everything with her feet, brushing her hair, right? Isn't that amazing? She just like, wow. And so when she had the stroke, you know, what month would be good for that? National Stroke Awareness Month is good for her to talk about that, not having anything to do with her other conditions. So you can click the link now, take a quick peek at nationaldaycalendar.com if you can. Maybe just do a quick search, type in, you know, what you talk about, what you are out there with, what you're promoting, and just see what comes up. I think it will surprise you. With Sabine, she's like, oh, did you know they have National Limbs Month or something like that? I may be a little off on that. Well, no, we didn't. We didn't know that, but now we do. So just take a moment, like I'm going to just give you 2 minutes to write this down. Here's what I want you to do, because we are going to go to breakouts. I want you to actually write in, well, don't do it in the chat, but just write it down for you. Let's see, your top 2 months of the year, like out of everything we just showed you. Mary Beth, go back to the other one again, just so you can take a peek at it. Take a picture of it too, might be good. These are just some of the themes. Let's go to page 2 on that. Just some of the themes. Take a look at National Day Calendar. I want you to use 2 months of the year, or it could be a day. Like I have an organizer, and then the organizer, we do National Organizing Month, but then you know what we did? We created a Find Your Desk Day holiday and put it into nationaldaycalendar.com. So now she has her own holiday. Now, probably for some of you, I don't want you to start there. Let's start with what already exists, right? Why create more work? Let's start with already exists, what works great. So just write that down right now for a moment. 2 top months of the year? And what's your everything you've got? It could be a personal story. It could be a professional story. It could be your ethnicity, your religion, being a woman, being a man. Being Latina. Okay, and with that, my friends, we are ready for breakouts. We're going to do 12 minutes. Timekeeper, you're going to be longest hair. Person who goes first, you're going to be shortest hair. And with that, remember, shortest hair person who goes first, you are going to pick the next person. Okay, you're going to pick the next person, so we keep them moving. And what you're going to share is, of course, in this one, I want you to say what your name is, where you're from, and one word, what's your business about. Then what's your everything you've got, what 2 months of the year can you focus on, and what's your ooh, ah factor, okay? You can do all of that, I promise you, in 1 minute, especially at this point in the course. Yes, give me a thumbs up if you can do that. Come on, you can believe it, at least you can do that. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. With that, my friends, let me just make sure. Yeah, we did it. Okay, 12 minutes. Timekeeper, remember, be intrusive. Time's up. Hold up the phone. Time's up. All right, you're good. Have a great time, everyone. We'll see you back here in 12 minutes. Ciao for now.
Buddy.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Super great. Let's hear some shares. Then we're going to go, just so your bladders know, for a quick break. Okay, and I'd love to hear some shares. What happened in your use everything you've got? Anyone cry? We always have at least a few criers, just saying. Catherine, please do share.
Well, we didn't have any tears, but we did have a lot of fun diversity of thought and opportunities, which was super cool. It was really fun to see how we apply our different everythings in different ways. I also have a question. May I ask it now or should I wait?
Go ahead. Yeah.
When we reach out to the everything you've got publications, do we need to tell them how we fit their audience?
Not necessarily, because honestly, if you're communicating, like I have a woman who got in Black Enterprise, guess what? It was clear she was a Black woman, okay? And we were using everything she's got in her case as a business coach. So that worked, right? So it'll mostly be clear. If for some reason it's not overly obvious, you can say, yes, I'm a Latina woman, or I had a Pakistani man who was in this course. He's like, oh my God, I could do this. And he discovered 5 Pakistani newsletters in the LA area. He got in 3 of them and increased his email list by 20,000 people. Might that be good for you? Yes, yes, yes. Using everything he's got. He never thought of it before. So not typically, it's either obvious. If it isn't, then say it. Okay, thank you, Catherine. Sarah, who's still up in France. Yes, yes, yes. What time is it in France?
It is 11:10 p.m.
All right, you go, girl. You're going to make it. I know it. You're going to make it all the way through. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the things that I was going to mention, is that just by, listening to the other people share theirs, I went, oh, yeah, right. I'm writing all these things down. It's like brainstorming and kind of outside of myself. And I mentioned having moved to France, and they went, "Oh, that's great. You can talk about how moving abroad is." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, moving abroad." Like,
you got it. And that is a perfect way, you know, obviously to be inspired by others makes a big difference too. This is why I love breakouts. Everything I do, you'll see we do them in the boot camp. I just think it's important to really, yes, get other people's opinions. Of course, you know, mine too. And you learn so much from the sharing, right, with each other, that it's actually quite important. And frankly, mostly also, it's because I want to see how you land in your public. And more importantly, how it feels to you also when you're landing. Like, I made no sense in there. They looked at me glassy-eyed, you know. That's really important. That's really important for you to know that. Okay, so great job, everyone. Give yourselves, come on, a round of applause, a round of applause. Yes, yes. Beautiful. All right, we're taking a 5-minute bio break because, hey, I need one. Hopefully you do too. We'll see you back here in 5 minutes, and that's 2:17. See you soon. Friends, come on back. Come on back. I lost the top to something I just opened, but we'll find it afterwards. It's all good. How you doing? How many of you think you can do this? Give me a thumbs up. Thumbs up? Yes, yes. Let's hear some ahas from the morning to the afternoon to I saw a beautiful butterfly on my lunch break. Whatever. I want to hear some ahas. Come on.
I got one.
Thank you, Kathy.
I realized how messy my background is.
Yeah. You know, I'll just tell you the truth about something. For the first probably, I don't know, what was it? Probably 4 or 5 months of the pandemic, I had no idea how bad my camera looked. And I'm like a professional, you know what I'm saying? And I, you know, my office, like some of you, is kind of a combat zone at times and papers all over, whatever. You know, I cannot believe, like, I'm embarrassed that some of the stuff still lives on YouTube, but so what, you know? Oh, well, I kind of got my stuff together, but I'll just tell you, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm so strong when we first come on, first thing of the day, like, how do you look? How does your background look? And especially as people have gotten so savvy with all of this, you know, we have to look as good, if not better. You know, it's kind of like when you're the leader and you're speaking somewhere, you got to look the best in the crowd. Like, you don't show up in frickin' shorts and a t-shirt. And I've seen people do that, and I'm like shocked, to be honest. It's not okay. You need to set the example, not like be one of the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Right? So thank you, Kathy. Thank you for sharing that. Honestly, it's all good. And we keep learning and growing. That's the important part. Beautiful.
Can I share?
Please do.
Finally, hi. I just realized how powerful my story is, that I need to include that in my message. It's like, oh, without that, everything else I'm doing doesn't seem to connect or have any real meaning for anybody. So this was a good realization.
Oh, Bonnie, that's wonderful. And I just want to acknowledge Bonnie is here. She's been in my publicity course. She's been a private consulting client. And look at, she's here learning, got another big aha. Wow. You know, this is the part about keep growing, keep learning, keep coming back, keep connected, right? Bonnie, I don't know, how long did we first work together ago?
Oh, good grief. It had to have been around 2014, 2015, somewhere in there.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. And your story, like you, is always evolving and growing. I'm so glad. And I'm so glad that you got that aha.
Great. Beautiful. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right. There was, I think, one more hand. Aha, wasn't there? Mary Beth? I'm pretty sure. I saw one more. Did I see one more? There we are.
At least 2 more.
2 more. Perfect.
You want me to go first? Sorry.
There you go.
Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you. I actually had the same or very similar aha to Donna, which was understanding more and more how powerful my message is, the more I learn how to create it in a more effective way. It's not about the message, it's how to properly express it, right? And finding people like Jill and some of you others that I've had a pleasure of meeting who have done that, and the power that it creates, because it doesn't matter what you do, it's the genius when you discover it and you connect to it and then you're able to amplify it. It helps the people who are needing it. So
Right.
yeah, and Jill, you embody that, and it's so nice to see that.
Thank you so much. I'm a bit of a word meister, and it is a special gift I have. I call it my gift from God, is to put together these words that sometimes, honestly, people struggle with. I had one woman, I swear I did it for her in 17 minutes on the call, just hearing, recreating, giving her the right message. We had a 30-minute magic bullet. She's like, we can just chat. I'm good. You know, I've been chasing my tail trying to figure this out for 3 months. She'd been trying to do this. A business person, you know, it's wasting time and energy and focus, to be honest. So yes, always want to be, shall I say, you know, getting advice and support from those who know, but also that I also like the reflection of even those who don't know or just are part of your circle, because that also helps what's landing, what's working, because that's your public, right? I'm a mentor, a coach. Your public is also important. That's why they do focus groups, my friends. Do you know how much money organizations spend on public relations, focus groups, advertising, you know, really just checking things out before they ever put it out? It's very interesting. Eva, please.
Yeah, hello. So first of all, I really want to acknowledge everyone in each of our breakout groups. I just think that everyone here is just such a beautiful light and so present with everyone who's speaking. And I really admire each of you very much. And my takeaway in the last group was actually that I threw it all out, what I had written, and just said, okay, just because I couldn't keep up. I was the timekeeper and this and the other. And then I'm like, oh, let it all go and just say who you are. And she had one part, because it was the ooh-ah thing. I'm like, okay, should I really do this? But it was about a vision quest and how I actually really got activated into doing my mission. And I was always ashamed of sharing it because it's kind of a little bit potent. And so I had such a lovely group that really received me, even though that I was ashamed of even sharing it. So I just want to say thank you for that and giving me nice feedback and seeing that the world is actually totally ready for it. You know, that I don't have to hold back any part of myself, and that we are all ready to and are waiting all for the change, and that we are all a part of this beautiful change. And I'm so excited about it, and lovely to meet everybody. So we're all here for the same reason.
Oh, thank you so much, Eva. And you know, I just want to say what I'm noticing these days. You know, I've revealed things that I've never revealed before, and parts of myself that maybe I kept hidden more. And I think for all of us, especially, you know, in the past 3 years, it was starting certainly before the pandemic, the authenticity, the resonance with your message with you, right? And I don't care if you're an accountant, straight face, straight laced, you know, and come out, I'm an accountant, and that's great. And that's you, or if you're, you know, the other side of a spectrum, whatever, right? I think I heard Amy Schumer, you know, joking about her autistic husband. Well, you know, I didn't even know he was autistic when she got married. I don't know if anyone else knew. Somehow I missed that fact, you know, but like all of a sudden, what I'm noticing is that people are really sharing at much deeper levels, real stuff that maybe they used to hide about themselves or their families. It's powerful. So I am going to encourage you, yes, share, yes, dig in, bring it out, and be who you are, And so if you're a little quirky, be quirky.
Yeah,
If you're funny, be funny. If you're serious, be serious. It's all good. If you're all those things, sprinkle it in different places, right? Like, I didn't know I was funny till somebody mentioned, hey, you know, you're funny. I'm like, oh, thanks. It wasn't something that occurred to me. I never took a comedy class, although I thought about it. I've never been trained in it, all that kind of fun stuff. And I think some of us just have some natural gifts. And I just encourage all of you to keep letting those out more and more and more and more. And you will be rewarded with more trust, more connection. You'll also maybe repel some people. Great, bye-bye, because they aren't your clients typically, or they're a pain in the you-know-what, and you don't want to work with them anyway. So I just want to say that it's okay to repel people too, and that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. I think it's good. I used to not necessarily say that, but I'm going to just say it's okay that not everybody loves you, And if you look at most, especially celebrities, superstars, listen, they've had their share of something, right? And where people just got on them or on the gravy train against them or whatever it was. And I just have a lot of compassion for that these days, because really being in the public eye at that level, now at the level you're all going to be at, it's very handleable, I promise. Nothing to be concerned about, because you're going to get good publicity. I guarantee you that the publicity you're after is going to always be good publicity, because you're either going to get it locally, nationally, or internationally, depending on what you want and where you are. And the truth is, especially for entrepreneurs and small business owners, media wants to make you look good. You're like the heroes now. In these days of the Great Resignation and quiet quitting, in these days of people's lives changing so much, we want A, good news, some good news. We want B, people to follow and be a voice, an expert in the field, right? And so with that, I just want to say that's what's occurring, and it's all good. I don't think I've had one client ever in almost 30 years that's gotten bad publicity. And if there was a weird spin, we could fix it. Let me just say that. It was either a mistake or I just have never seen anyone get bad publicity. Just saying. Okay, so here's to that. Cheers. And with that, let me show you how we used everything you've got for the Profit of Kindness. Okay, now this is Profit of Kindness's fourth book. I've learned a few things along the way, even tighter for how to keep a message really good and what works and what doesn't. And so when the Profit of Kindness came out, we weren't really in a kind time. It was a very political, charged environment, turbulent. And we were a divided in the United States of America. We were a divided States of America, and that was the press release that we put out. The Divided States of America. That was the one that got me huge amounts of press, including those 7 Fox News interviews. Literally in the first, it was in the first 30 days, right? Arizona, Sacramento, San Francisco, Las Vegas. I actually went to all those places. Excuse me, I got a little hiccup there. And then I did the rest out of Zoom. I mean, it's so exciting what you can be doing by Zoom, right? Been in Inc. and Forbes magazine now twice just for the Profit of Kindness in other places, right? And so that's super fun. And if you look at the slide, that's literally a third of some of the press that I've gotten. And, while I was out promoting it, this is one of those things that I got inspired when the book came out to do a circle. And so literally every month now, we do kindness circles. Now, some of you who are on the challenge might know this. If you weren't, or you don't know this, or you don't remember, Here's good news, because you being here, I think I said to you in the kindness challenge that you're getting a admittance into the next one. And because you're here, you're getting the whole year of the kindness circles. We do them every month, the third Wednesday of the month. Write it down in your calendar, please, right now. It's the third Wednesday, meaning the next one is December 21st at 10 a.m. And what's going to happen as soon as you register for that is you will be now a member of the Year of Kindness. And I'm going to gift you the Kindness Summit, which happens around November 13th every year, celebrating World Kindness Day. Now, I'll just tell you, the Kindness Circle by itself is $97. The Year of Kindness Summit is also $97 free for all of you for a full year. Yay! Come on, let's hear some cheers for that. Come on. Yes, and I am delighted to give that to you. Go register so we know you're in. Mary Beth, put it in the chat. I will tell you, we're spreading kindness around the globe. I'm going to have kindness keepers. I've got a whole vision for this. This is my next project, right? One of my legacies. And on the left side, you see the Prophet of Kindness in India. And on the right side, you see the Prophet of Kindness in Russian. And we are spreading it around the globe. So we invite you in. This link is just for you, please, for a full year of the Year of Kindness. So make it as often as you can, because you will love it. We have had John Asroff, we've had Marcy Shimoff, we've had the director of the Random Acts of Kindness Foundation. We have 2 breakouts every single time. So you meet, we usually have at least 7 to 8 people in a breakout session. You'll always meet great people. You'll always get connected. And frankly, you'll be doing business with people who are connected to kindness. So that's for all of you. And super excited to have you. Okay, so that's a fun thing. And in fact, Mary Beth, I think we should give away a Prophet of Kindness book, don't you? Woo, woo, woo. Who wants to win it? Who wants to win it? Come on, let me see it. Let me see it. Since I already gave you the circle, I can't give that away. I used to do that, but we're going to give away the Prophet of Kindness book. All right, sit in the wheel and we're going to dance. Come on, we're going to dance. All right, congratulations, Lena. Beautiful. Yes, yes. You go, girl. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so we've got some winners for the Guerrilla Publicity book. Tressa, I know you won that, yay. And Lena, and a few more gifts to give along the way. In fact, let me give you one more right now, and that is, I believe everybody should have support. And what I mean is, you need support to be your best, to do your best. And so with that, I have negotiated with one of my colleagues. They run an organization called Free Up. They have great people who will help you in different aspects of what you need to do. Virtual assistant services. I've hired people to write an article for me. Coming up soon, we're going to talk about that. That will cost me $40. You know what I'm saying? So you get $50 credit. Use the link. Mary Beth's posting it in the chat. And we are giving you the opportunity to get some support. Because I'm going to tell you, to do great things, you must have support. All right, so that's another gift for you, $50 worth of basically free VA services. How about that? Can we have a round of applause? Love that. All right, here's the next part. You need testimonials, right? You need other people saying how great you are. Like if you look at, and Steve did that website for me, publicitycrashcourse.com, you will notice testimonials on the bottom of the site, and they revolve just like my clients revolve, right? And there's new testimonials every time. So I want to recommend, number one, take a look at that because it's super cool how it's set up. Number two, I want to see, raise your hand, please. Hang on, I gotta go to a different view so I can see all of you at once. Yes, yes, very nice. Oh, Donna also, isn't Donna welcome to the program? Yes, yes. Super excited. What I'd like to do is raise your hand if you have testimonials. Go ahead, raise your hand. Beautiful. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands up if your testimonials are less than 3 months old. Less than 3 months old. Okay, thank you. That's very good. Mary Beth, can you reach out to Kathy? She's needing some help with registration into the program. Oh, wait. Go ahead. Kathy McKay, please. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. So here's the thing. And Alexi, I think we answered your question too, yes? Just want to make sure. Okay, cool. Good. I'll look forward to it. The issue is new testimonials, rotating, connecting, and consistent. Yes? Rotating, connecting, and consistent. So that is, we don't want to get bored by all the same people. Now, let me just share with you, I have to tell you that Mark Victor Hansen, you've heard of him, Chicken Soup for the Soul, yes? Mark Victor Hansen taught me a very important lesson. He taught me the power of testimonial. I used to watch him at events. You know, Mark's a great promoter. And Chicken Soup for the Soul has sold, oh my God, I don't know, 85 billion copies or some crazy number like that. And when they sold their company, I think it was for almost the same amount, 85 million. I think that one was with an M. Point is, a lot of money, honey. They made a lot of money on Chicken Soup. Who would have thought, right? Because first of all, I think most of you know, they were turned down by publisher after publisher. People thought they were crazy. What's this Chicken Soup for the Soul? That's not going to sell. Don't ever let anyone tell you that. Whatever your idea is, you stay with it. You stayed with it, right? That's really important. And so that's a key to success. Now, with that, I remember watching him at events, and he would get testimonials all the time. Well, in Networking Magic, there's a certain chapter in there that actually opens up with Mark Victor Hansen's testimonial. Yes, and that's super great. And with that, can I tell you that Mark hired me, flew me to Los Angeles. I'm in Northern California, flew me to Los Angeles, sat me around a table with basically a VIP strategy session and said, Jill, I want your brain on our next book. He was working on a book with Robert Allen, and it's called The 1 Minute Millionaires. Anyone read it? Beautiful book, great book. If you haven't read it, read it, great book. And with that, he said, you are, and by the way, the book wasn't out. One of the Kathys, pay attention to this. I think it's Stapleton who says, well, my book isn't out yet. His book wasn't going to be out for 9 months, maybe a year. Why was I there? Because you need to be looking ahead at your publicity 3, 6, and 9 months ahead. Jonathan, I know your book isn't out for a while. Great time to start publicity, right? You want to be starting your publicity before you need it, my friends. You want to plant seeds. Remember, plant seeds and grow your beautiful publicity garden so that, you know, your publicity happens quickly. I think that's really important, okay? So with that in mind, and I remember he said to me, he also told me, he goes, Jill, you know what? Most people don't know that when Chicken Soup for the Soul came out, we would wake up at like 4 in the morning and do crazy places that I never heard of, small little towns, and wake up at ridiculous hours so that we would get publicity from town to town to town. You know how it takes a village, right? It takes a village for publicity. And I want you to hear that Mr. Major Promoter Publicity guru, in my opinion, Mark Victor Hansen. Jack Canfield, I've also worked with, his partner with Chicken Soup for the Soul. Yeah, so with that, oh my God, can you believe it? So many copies sold. He said, you are here 1 year in advance of this book because we know the power of publicity. We know how important it is. And with that, the key is getting focused on the right message in the right order with a strategy that works. We laid out a strategy around a round table in Los Angeles before the book was ever in print. You know, and I'm going to tell you, with Profit of Kindness, one of the reasons I needed to, I became, frankly, #1 in 4 categories. One of the reasons that book was on 7 Fox News interviews in the first week is because I started, check it out, 1 year in advance. Oh yes, because I learned a few things along the way too. Listen, as much as I am an expert, it's hardest to do it for myself, right? And so I made sure that I, put my lessons into effect. And, I got a team around me and hired mentors, just like I'm going to be for some of you, right? And getting things in the right order so that things were effective and systematic. Yeah. And let me just tell you, every book I learned something. Something better to do. I held a contest when Guerrilla Publicity has sold over 80,000 copies. Now that didn't happen by accident. It's not like it's even on a major publisher, right? My other books are on major publishers, but not that one. And that didn't happen by accident. It happened on purpose. And part of that was staying, a little bit foot on the accelerator, not every month, but every quarter. Just kind of like I said to you, what could you be doing? What are 2 things you could be doing? Those of you working in my Get Your Darn Publicity program, we will be practicing pitch. We will be focusing on laying out your 1 year plan, right? And so with that, I just want to say the power of creating that visibility, looking ahead, also has to do with testimonials. So let me show you, and feel free to steal some of these ideas. Before I go to that, Sarah, did you have a question? And Sarah, welcome to the program. Oh, you're on mute. Did you have a question?
Oh, sorry. No, I didn't mean to.
Okay, no worries. Okay, no worries. Your hand is up. It's probably why you were registering for the program or something. Thank you. Okay, so with that, let me show you. I am a big believer in multiple formats, right? Multiple formats. What does that mean? I want something that people can touch and feel. So we created this postcard. It's pretty. It's my celebrity postcard. Because what I didn't tell you is on the Profit of Kindness, this top cover quote is by Kevin Harrington, right? Now, because I'm a speaker, I had spoken on several stages. One time I saw Kevin Harrington in the back of the room. I'm like, Kevin, I got a book coming out. It's 9 months away, which is very fast, by the way, 9 months. I'm like, oh my God. And I'd love for you to endorse this book. Would you be willing? And Kevin said, yeah, sure. He said, call my office. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, that's like the kiss of death. I mean, honestly, even people who say that to us, it's like, well, I said, Kevin, I'll tell you what. I know you're speaking tomorrow morning. How about I'm going to write up a testimonial for you. So hear the words, make it easy, my friends. Write that down. Make it easy for people. When people ask me to do testimonials or endorsements for them, which, by the way, I probably get a couple requests a week, I say, I'm happy to do that. Write it up for me. Because there's no way with my schedule and teaching and delivering and doing what I do that I can read people's books and come up with endorsements by myself. I just can't. So one of the things I'm going to tell you, and this is what everybody pretty much does, is it either gets written for the people and you just make it easy and I get to pick from some things. So Kevin looked at me. Now, this is Kevin Harrington, Mr. Shark Tank, Mr. Infomercial, Mr. Famous, Mr. Somewhat Intimidating. And he said, sure, I'll do that. Now, he knows me. He trusts me. He's seen me in action. We don't like have each other's cell phone number, although I could get it. But, there was at least some measurement of trust there. And Kevin said, yes, I'll do that. I said, terrific. And by the way, that morning before he spoke, because as soon as somebody speaks, I know they're busy, right? And I'm like, not going to bug him. I said, Kevin, here it is. He looked at it. He loved it. I said, how would you like to be billed? In other words, what credit would you have? And he gave me exactly what he wanted. Mary Beth, I don't have my glasses on. Would you be so kind to read it? What did Kevin Harrington say?
Kevin's quote is Jill Lublin's strategies and tactics, as well as her ability to deliver simple to understand information. She is the woman to know.
Woohoo! Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, Kevin, right? Now, I'm going to tell you, pay attention because this is a really cool strategy. What I did, though, was I created a quote that was actually a two-use quote. Okay, so if you actually look at the profit of kindness, and I have to read this because I can never remember this. It actually, now look at that quote. The profit of kindness begins with, the profit of kindness is the kind of book sharks need. Smart, well-written, and savvy, every business should consult this book. And then it goes into what Mary Beth just read. Isn't that interesting? That's called a two-part quote. Now, let me just tell you, when we're talking about books, I use the first part. When we're talking about Jill's services, I use the second part. You get my drift? Give me a thumbs up if you're getting this. This is a super fun strategy. Kathy, I see a no. What I'm saying is it's a two-part strategy. So the first part of the quote is something of use when we're just talking about books. But if you look at the second part of the quote, what Mary Beth read, look at the postcard, that's Jill's services, strategies, right? It's a different thing. It's talking about just me, which on this postcard, that's what we're promoting. And I think that's really important. So with that, I want to, okay, so for instance, Marcy Scheimoff, who knows Marcy, by the way? She runs a beautiful program called the Year of Miracles. If you haven't done it, it's fantastic. I'm going to sign up again. I have 4th year of it. I love Marcy and I love what she does. And I love the Year of Miracles. And, you know, when she came to me, she had written a book on happiness, right? And by the way, great frickin' book on happiness. And she had said, Jill, I really need your help to help me with my bio. Now, by the way, can I just tell you, she paid me a lot more than I just offered you that program to help her with her bio. Then she rehired me to help her tell stories, right? And I think that's just super and how that works. So with that, we had done great work together. She was very grateful. I actually helped her like in a fast way because she needed it. She was on book deadlines, right? And with that, I realized after my coach, see, this is the part why you have coaches, because frankly, they see things that you don't. This is one of my superpowers, is that I see things that are in your blind spot. Well, same thing for one of my coaches. He looked at me and goes, Jill, you have worked with magnificent people and you've been very blessed by that, but where are their testimonials? I'm like, good point. And that's how this got born. That's how this postcard got born. And so Marcy, who's also been featured in The Secret, she's been on major shows. And I said to her, oh my gosh, Marcy, may I get a testimonial? And she said, absolutely. Now she wrote this testimonial from her heart, right? And that's great. Mary Beth, would you be so kind? Read her testimonial.
Marcy says, Jill Lublin is a master of the message. I worked with her several times to help me create powerful messages for my work, and she's been a secret weapon in my success pocket. Jill is a superstar in the industry.
Woohoo! Thank you, Marcy. You know, these are the things, by the way, I keep. Sometimes all of you should keep your testimonials. In fact, to be honest, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 of them right framed and hung up from when I actually owned a PR agency, by the way, which I did. So these are hung up. I have my postcards that I give out at every speaking engagement, Touch and Feel. I have the ones on the wonderful website, which are people just like you, right? And all of these are in different purposes for different things. And I just want to say, I like different formats of testimonials, and I think that really works well. Oh, by the way, people often ask me, how do you, keep your voice good all day? This is one of the tools I use. It's called Singer's Voice. Ugh, it tastes awful, but it works. Okay, Singer's Voice and lots of water. Okay, so with that, Dr. Angela, welcome to the program. Mary Beth just let us know. Thank you so much. With that, my friends, I want you to see different testimonials, different ways, yes, and to look at how to do it, just to say, you've got to have it. You just got to have it, okay? I think that's really a key. So a couple things. Number one, I want to ask you, if I may, from my heart, would you give me a testimonial for this publicity course? And we actually make it easy for you. We use a service called So Tell Us. And that's super, super great, right? Lori, great. I'll see you in the first session of our Get Your Darn Publicity Done. So super, have fun with the kids. And if you'd be so kind, Mary Beth also posted in the chat. All you do is click the link or use the QR code and give us a testimonial for today's class. Now, here's the thing I want to say to all of you. You know what Mark Victor Hansen taught me also? Giving testimonials is great publicity. And one day I said to Mark, I mean, you're like a superstar. Why are you always giving testimonials? He said, he looked at me straight in the eye, he goes, because it's great publicity. And I'm like, wow, good point. So I have to tell you, since he told me this, and this was years and years ago, anyone ever go to those 3- and 4-day events, right? And you know how they sometimes say, listen, there's a camera in the back of the room. Would you be so kind to give a testimonial? Just like I'm asking you right now. Do you know what? I run to the back of the room and I do it first day. Because here's the thing, even if I don't know them totally or really well, the truth is I wouldn't be there paying hotel expense or even on virtual Zoom, giving my time away, which I consider just as precious as money, right? It's a commodity. And I know that I'm there because I believe in what they're doing. And I want to do it while I'm fresh, while I feel fresh and not tired and my makeup's good. And you know what I'm saying, right? And so I have really learned the power of this publicity. And I have been then in my coaches, it's one of my coaches too that I do this with, my coach's actual workshop or boot camp. And guess what happens? My video comes up. Do you think that's good publicity? Yes, give me a thumbs up. Of course it is. So I'm going to encourage you, give people testimonials. Number one, it's a kind and good thing to do. It's also good karma because it'll come back to you when you ask people to give you testimonials. I want you to get in the habit to do a session with a client and then you say, would you be so kind to give me a testimonial? Right in that time. And here's the thing, we want to make this easy for you. So I do need to always check my systems. Will you do me a favor? Check your phone. Did you get a text from So Tell Us? Give me a thumbs up if you did. Check your phone. Give me a thumbs up if you did. Can you give me a thumbs down if you did not? Thumbs down. Mary Beth, if you could look at this. Kathy, Ranchelle, Danielle, Brittany. Is there anyone else that I missed that did not get it? Carissa, thank you. Mary Beth, you caught that? Oh, Mobile Mary? Oh my God. That's too many of you. Okay, so if you unfortunately receive, and please, if you would be so kind, don't opt out on text messages from me, because we use them for the boot camp, for your special coaches, for telling you when start times are. Please be so kind to just receive those, just at least till your next program. That'd be good. Then if you need to opt out, you can do that. So if that was the key, then that's the key. Mary, if you did, Mary Beth has it in the chat. Would you just grab that link? Can you do that? Those of you who put a thumbs down, can you give me a thumbs up that you can grab it from the chat? Yes? Mobile Mary, good. Danielle, you can't grab it from the chat?
That's the first thing I did, and it took me to a site and I got that message that I've opted out of text messages, but I definitely didn't opt out of text messages.
Oh, that's weird. Okay,
Yeah.
so Mary Beth, if you can get her helped on that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I chatted her.
Perfect. Thank you, Danielle. And appreciate, by the way, listen, I'm in business like all of you. Some systems work great. Sometimes, you know how it is, right? Things screw up. You got to find out where your system blocks are. Believe me, we all have them. We all have them. Okay, just saying, we all have them. Okay, and thank you, everyone. So if you can grab the link, thank you in advance for posting it. I'm going to tell you, you're going to show up in Facebook, on my website. This is good. Is that publicity? I've got a good following, just saying. So thank you in advance. I appreciate it. And thank you for putting yourself out there for more publicity. The other thing I'm going to do, and again, please take these ideas from us. We have created, because my business relies on referrals, just like yours does, and people spreading the word, okay, just like yours does. And so we created a referral letter. You'll get it with the recording as a separate email. And all I ask is send it to a few people, 5 people, 500 people, whatever works for you. And just say, I just took this course, I loved it, here's the letter. Now, what are you doing? You're making things simple for people to look at. I'm making it simple for you. Make it simple for others to refer you. Okay, so that's our way to get referrals. We do pay referral fees, just saying. So I think that that would be helpful, and I do appreciate that in advance. Okay, so testimonials, have written ones. Yeah, you will be getting the letter. Thank you, and definitely, and thank you, Renchel. I appreciate that. Yeah, model this stuff, and believe me, I have spent thousands and thousands of dollars to learn how to do these things, including the referral letter, which I paid a coach $1,000 to actually help me write and do, is the referral letter you're getting. Okay, that's included in this course. Take it, use it, duplicate it. Or what did my friend say? Oh God, I just forgot the, like when you steal stuff, but in a good way. I forgot what it's called. Not rinse and replicate, it's something else. Yeah, it's something else. But anyway, point is replicate, duplicate, use what works. And in this course, I'm giving you lots of items that really work, my friends. Hopefully you see that. Woo, woo, woo. Okay. Who's going to be willing and go and actually just even do it now, do it within an hour of the, Bonnie, that was the book we worked on together. Thank you. Who's going to do it? Give me a thumbs up. This is the part that scares me. Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to give you a testimonial right now, if I could.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This is the book. I don't know if it's reversed. It's called Who Stole Your Crayons? The Journey from Brokenness to Love. And it's out of print right now, but I'm revising it. So Jill and I did a VIP session up in Northern California, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. But for her help, this would not exist. And that is the truth. Okay, so thank you, Jill. And this is now the basis for the real business that's going out the door next year.
Oh, Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. I love that session. I love you. And I'm super excited for all of your success and, you know, your next levels. But Bonnie's had a couple reiterations since we created that book. But Bonnie, one thing I remember is you've been talking about that book for how long before we finally got that out?
Years, but
Years.
because of the emotional content of it that I had to resolve in order to get the book written, it's taken that long. It's not like I was going to write a legal brief and go, oh my goodness, let's just get it. Didn't work like that.
Yeah, Bonnie is also, by the way, an attorney and an accountant and a rabbi. Just saying. She's a bit undereducated.
But I'm not a housekeeper. I flunked housekeeping, I got to tell you.
But here's the thing. Funny enough, she couldn't get her book out. She's all those things. Isn't that interesting? Attorney, accountant, and rabbi. We created a way to put that all together, by the way, in a nice, neat package.
Right.
And then, you know, she had an evolution too, beyond the book, but that book was her sticking point. And working together, we did get that out, Bonnie, and that's a pure joy. I'll tell you, was at a bookstore in, I think, Ventura, and I swear to God, I walked in and there was her book, front and
Heart
center.
of the Soul in Laguna Beach.
Oh, Laguna Beach, thank you.
Laguna Beach.
Thank you. I knew it was some kind of beach town.
Oh, yeah.
And so exciting, so exciting. And thank you, Bonnie. Here's what I'm going to ask. I didn't have So Tell Us when I worked with you. Please click the link and say that exact thing you just said. That's beautiful.
Okay. We can do
And,
that.
you know, by the way, again, that came from the heart. She just, you know, popped up, said it, was right there. So yeah, when somebody says something that nice to you, what do you want to do? You want to do what I just modeled. Thank you, Bonnie. Do me a favor, please. Would you be so kind? Click the link. Go say the same thing. The other thing I want to coach you on, that I want you to coach your clients on, is that you always say, you know, hi, I'm Bonnie Lawrence, a best-selling author, an attorney, right? And she would like quickly introduce herself and then go into the testimonial. So why? Because that's good PR for your clients. And that's how you get your clients to frankly, give you some nice PR. Everybody got it? Give me a thumbs up. Beautiful, thank you.
All right.
All right, let's talk. What does publicity equal? Come on, somebody come off camera and somebody come off mute and just tell me. Mary Beth, if you could take Bonnie off, that'd be great.
Influence. Whoops.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. Sorry.
Influence. And what else?
Visibility, profitability.
Yes. Publicity equals influence equals impact. Who wants
Impact.
more? Who wants more of it? Wave your hands. Come on, wave your hands. I think we should start an exercise class right about now. Excellent. Thank you. So here's the thing. Using everything you've got, you know, sometimes it's the stories that you don't as much want to share. Here's one for me. I actually fell and fractured both ankles at once in multiple places. Thank you very much. Ended up in a wheelchair for close to a little over 5 months. Had to have a caregiver, which, by the way, I am a very independent woman. Having a caregiver, being in a wheelchair, having to, I couldn't do anything, honestly. I couldn't shower. That was tough. I had to sleep in the living room. That was not fun because I couldn't get on my bed, right? I wore 2 casts and really my mobility was so limited. Hang on one sec. Thank you. And with that, my friends, I thought, all right, why is this happening? What's going on? I mean, literally, I was in, Vancouver, Canada. I fell over a rain grate. I mean, it wasn't even sexy story. You know, I wasn't jumping off a plane, although I did make up, people go, oh, how'd that happen? I'm like, seriously, that's what you're going to ask me? And, so I started thinking about, well, I'd happen skydiving. I don't know. I didn't really tell people that, but I did have a moment thinking about it. This is me when I actually had to show up and do some training and teaching on the right side. I had been a trainer for an organization. He basically insisted I come back, and he assigned me basically a caregiver who had to, you know, get my butt up on the bed and make me breakfast and just things, right? But I'm telling you, the first 2 months was pretty tough. And one of the things I call it is that I was stopped in my tracks. Now I'm going to give you a great idea for when some stuff happens. And one of the things that you can do is, number one, looking at like what's going on, or maybe this might be a good idea for some of you to get more exposure in the marketplace. What I did was I created from that, you know, one thing I knew was the power of media to make a positive difference in the world. And so I used my community access television. It's your public access channels. Most of you have them in the towns where you are. And what I'm amazed at is by how underused this beautiful service is, because it's free. You know, the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, is mandated to give the public, us, a certain amount of free exposure, right? So community access television popped up. You've probably seen it. You might have watched it or not, doesn't matter, because what matters is that they enable you to do your own show. So because I know about the power of positive media, I did my own show called Messages of Hope. And with that, I interviewed amazing people, a woman without arms and legs. I thought, well, I'm having a good day, right? And just the kinds of people I used it. You know, it's wonderful when you're on one side of the camera because you get to invite people to be interviewed, which, by the way, can be clients. It can be potential clients, maybe somebody you want as a client. So if you have a TV show or a podcast, super cool is that you get to expand your influence and then invite people to be part of it. But I will tell you, I purposely talk about this community access television. In Canada, it's called something else, but you all have it. Because frankly, it's a resource that many of you aren't using that is completely free. Even if you want to just go shoot some video, you don't all have to all do a full TV show. This TV show is 26 minutes. If you go on jilllublin.com, you'll see it. You'll just press Messages of Hope. You can see some of the beautiful people I've interviewed, some great stories. And, you know, we repurpose this, we reuse it, we put it on YouTube, we do all kinds of fun stuff with it. And because community access TV is frankly non-commercial, what I would do is I'd be on the set and I had my books right there next to me. And then at the end, I had my bio running. And in my bio, guess what? We had wonderful, you know, free gift at the end. Nobody ever kind of came at me with it. So that's really important. Okay, so that's really important that you understand the power of what's possible, even in your own communities. Now, here's the thing. I thought, well, I've got this beautiful TV show. I found out, by the way, because, you know, you might think, well, how many people are actually watching this? You know what I found out? I did a search, 40,000 eyeballs. That's what they call it. 40,000 eyeballs were on this show, not my show, but generally on community access television. Now, is that a statistic you can use? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. And so with that, my friends, let me just say, once that started happening, and I remember I went to Massage Envy. You know what Massage Envy is? Yes, it's a chain. And Massage Envy has actually been in this course. They've actually worked with me privately as a franchise, right? Locally, regionally, but you remember, and so I joined Massage Envy because I like the idea of enforced relaxation. Like, I got to go every single month. That's good, right? And having a membership makes me do that. So I like that. It's kind of like publicity. It makes you do it because you're invested in it. And I think that's a key. And so with that, I remember going into Massage Envy and I said, I remember, you know, signing in and the woman looks at me and she goes, "Oh, Jill, I love your show, Messages of Hope." And she named the guest. I thought, oh, she knows the guest. That's super cool. So good news. That also, I picked up the phone, literally picked up the phone. I didn't even send out a big press release. We're going to go into press releases in just a moment. And I called the local Marin Independent Journal where I'm based. It's a local regional paper, but you know what? It's a Gannett newspaper, which means fairly big. And I said, you know, the problem today is we've given up hope. And my friends, look at the screen. That is the newspaper article, the actual newspaper article, which, by the way, I hate that photo. I was on painkillers. I didn't feel well, just saying. I had to teach a class, my first one. And mostly I did it sitting down for obvious reasons. My feet still hurt. If you look at the right side, that actually was the class and people in it. Mary Beth, is there a slide that's still missing on this one? Click again. Yeah, thank you. And they got my books. Why? Because I asked them to actually take a picture of the book. Now, I'm going to tell you, this is, if I showed you how big this article is, it's 1.5 pages, okay? With 4 pictures. If you were to guess how much I would have paid, because in my industry, we measure ROI, and I'm going to tell you there's consistent ROI on everything you do. We measure ROI by how much it would have cost had you paid for this, And I just want to see, and would you please put in the chat, how much do you think you would have paid if you had bought this in advertising? Go ahead, put it in the chat. How much do you think you would have paid? Because that's what you have to measure your publicity. And I'll tell you, one line can be as much as some major ads. How much would it have cost? Keep going, be specific. Keep going, Kathy, keep going.
Oops.
Yes, actually, I'm just gonna, yeah, Kathy Stapleton, ding, 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 woo-hoo-hoo. Gold star for you. And the pom-poms, okay? $50,000, yes, Kathy. That's how much it would have cost. And that was a few years ago. Let me just say, it'd be more now. It'd probably be twice that now, okay? So, my friends, 50,000, not 5,000, Lena, not 20,000, Mary, not 500, Ramona, $50,000. Woohoo! How much was it? My favorite 4-letter word, free. Free. Because what? We found the right message, capital M for hope. It was about messages of hope. And that was what scored 50K in actual value. Super great, right? Now, let me tell you a few things that happened because of this. Number one, I got 2 speaking engagements quickly like that. They saw me in the news and I got brought on as a speaker. Super great. Also, my web stats went up by 34%. Would that be good for you? Give me a thumbs up. Yes, yes? Also, I told you this course used to be a lot more expensive. I wasn't kidding. That $197 fee to come into this course alone, let me just say, that was the Bring a Friend fee. The original Bring a Friend fee was $197. Do you know how much this course cost when that article came out? $997. Do you know that day, that's $997, just FYI. That day, literally, I got 10 registrations into this course. How much did I make that day? Post in the chat. 10 times, let me make it easy for you. $997 is how much? Yes, $9,997. $70? Yeah, that's true. Right. Thank you, Sarah. My God, she's in France and she answered first. Stay up, girl. I like it. Thank you, Kathy. Yes, Lena. We'll call it 10K. We'll round up among friends, right? And do you think that would be good for you to make 10K in one day? That's from registration, from an article that was free. Okay. That's plus the website traffic and the prospects and the speaking engagements. But there's one other thing. Sometimes it's actually the most, in a way, nebulous, but most important at times. Pat yourself on your shoulder and say, atta girl, atta boy. Come on, pat yourself on your shoulder and say, atta girl, atta boy. Because I got in the mail the article back from a very celebritized, I'll call it, person in the wonderful world of speaking. Susan Rowan, her name is. She wrote a great book called How to Work a Room. She sent me the article back and said, atta girl. Now, what does that mean? It means we got noticed, right? It means we got noticed. And I love that, my own PR being sent back to me. So do me a favor, point to somebody in the chat room next to you, or the Zoom room actually, the Zoom room next to you, and give them a high five and say, you are a media darling. Go ahead. You are a media darling. Go ahead.
Media darling.
You do it to the next person. You are a media darling.
Media darling.
You are a media darling.
Media darling.
You are a
Beautiful.
media
Give
darling.
yourself some love and say, I am a media darling. Go ahead. I am a media darling.
media darling.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you. And you are, my friends. You are media darlings. And this is the power of getting your name out there, creating that visibility factor. And now I want to show you how to do it with press releases. And I'm going to tell you in advance, it's a very short segment. Purposely. Number one, believe me, you don't want me to go into the weeds with this. Number two, anyone who won Guerrilla Publicity or got it, we have actual models in the back of the book. Mary Beth, I think we should give away another book. Sorry. Let's spin the wheel. Come on. Let's do another book. Come on. Guerrilla Publicity. Who wants to win it? Who wants to win it? Who wants to win it? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because we are going to spin the wheel and see who wins Guerrilla Publicity. You got to dance. Come on. I know you wanted to get, do you want a second one? Or should we spin the wheel again?
You know what? This would be my third, so I'll let somebody else.
You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you, my dear. Beautiful. Go ahead, spin the wheel again. Screen. I thought I saw Jonathan. Yes. Beautiful. Yay, Jonathan. Congratulations. All right, my friends. So here's the thing. And again, you've got templates, you've got things to look at. And what I want you to do is realize with the press release, what it is, here's the good news. It is the message. It is your bio. It is the problem solution. And that's all interwoven. The great news for all of you is that you actually have written 75% of it. Although you didn't know it, I'm going to show you the model for how to put it together. Mary Beth, let's go straight to the press releases, please. Because I want you to see how this is done. Okay. And a couple things to know. The first 3 words of a press release are for immediate release. What does that mean? It means, let's keep going. It means that you are telling people what's most important, right? And so here's the thing, even if it's not in this very moment. You're setting the stage, which is why I'm so big, and I know I'm a bit bossy about this, but this is so important that you understand that you're always planting seeds, no matter if your book's in 3 months. I mean, it just drives me crazy with authors in particular go, oh yeah, I'm working on my book. Good. Now's the moment to lay foundations, do articles, create that visibility strategy so that when, let's say, the book comes out or you're launching a program, the seeds are there. Right. And I think that that's really important that you see that and so important. So that's really a piece. OK, with that, I want to tell you that with the focus on that, look on the right side. OK, this is another one. This is a person who came to my publicity course. He was blind, so people didn't see him walk in. He wears dark glasses and he put on some cool earbuds. And I think people thought he might be a rock and roll star. But let me just share, he's a financial expert. He helps people get commercial loans. I said to him, we must, in the first paragraph, have the fact that you've been blind since 7. I'm going to tell you, he did private work with me. And he said, Jill, I don't really want to do that because, you know, mostly he talked over the phone. People never saw him. I said, Don, take my word for it. I promise you. And you see the guy, Dave, up on the top there? Well, Dave said, I actually trained Dave what to say and how to say it because we worked personally. And remember, I said to you, my private programs were going from $6,000 to $20,000. They had invested in that level. And I trained Dave what to say, how to pitch the media, what to say on the script. He called me up one day. You know, when someone is so excited, they're like jumping out of their seat. Dave said, Jill, oh my God, Jill, the Financial Times is featuring Don. He said, and the reporter, when she called me up, said, you know, it's a great story about how to get a loan in troubled times. She said, but you know what I really loved? I love the heartfelt part of the story. The fact that Don has been blind since the age of 7. Now, can I tell you? If you noticed, we don't have the whole story in there, but we have the part of the story. And this, my friends, I mean, who would like to be in the Financial Times? Would that be good for you? Oh my God, the investment on that, what it would have cost him to do ads or anything else, this was free. Can he leverage and use this for the rest of his life? Does he get seen, heard, and paid because of being in the Financial Times? Yes, yes. All for free, all forever, all for the impact and influence that Don wants, which is to help people with their money. So with that, my friends, you see some of the layout. The press release begins with your message. You notice it says financial expert. You notice in the second and third paragraph, you've got solutions. Weave through it. You're going to weave now what we've put together. And then in the fourth paragraph, the fourth usually one down, and this is maybe 5 paragraphs, is your bio. Who did your bio? You did. Who did your message? You did. You have done, I'm not kidding, about 75% of this. Now we weave, okay? I'm not going to have you do this at the end of the day, but I want you to see how it's done. There are templates you have right here so that you can actually fill in the blank we've given you. These documents will be guiding you beautifully through doing the press release. Now with that, let me show you where to put it, so to speak. Sounds funny coming out of my mouth. Oh, where to put it? That sounds funny. Okay, with that, my friends, I want you to create a media list. And with that, I want you to see, take a picture of this slide. This is how you get a media list, okay? And I think that that's really important. Okay. With that, I want you to see Dan at prleads.com. He is a colleague of mine. He can put together a media list for you. It's like $300. Just email him at this and say, I need a media list. Jill sent me. I don't get anything from it, but I think, you know, his value is really great and can get you a media list, like just like that. And a specific media list to what you need. I like Business Wire. I like a wire service also, you know, some kind of, I call it, there's high touch, which is Dan, and then there's high tech, which is something like Business Wire, right? So I think that that's really a good thing. And then I want you to have an article, right? And have an article that you can make happen quickly. Now, I gave you Free Up. Can I tell you something? I hired someone from Free Up to write me an article. Now, I have books, but I don't write things. I serve you this way. It's much more fun. I don't want to sit and write articles. I hire people to do this, and it doesn't have to cost a fortune, right? And I think that that's important. And with that, I love you to have one, commit to have one, put this on your Publicity Crash Course action list, 500-word article that you can use anytime, anywhere. Then I want you to be part of helpareporter.com. Yes, yes. And I want you to actually, like, no kidding, sign up for it. It's completely free. Why we've been here today, I got a WhatsApp from my my person in the Philippines. Some of you may have heard from him today, John, because maybe you were running late. Who heard from John this morning, right? Yes. Because guess what? He was calling whoever wasn't showing up and connecting. And he said, I just want to show you, where is it? He sent me a thing from Harrow to answer, which I can't find right now, but basically it was a question about something about the workplace and how can we create a better workplace. Well, I wrote a book called The Profit of Kindness, so I can, you know, I can just do it, right? And with that, I answered her on one of our breaks. I answered him, excuse me, on one of our breaks and just told him what they can do to have a better workplace, okay? And that's important. So with that, I want you to have a 500-word article at your fingertips. And then, my friends, there are 2 places to place it that are completely free. One is easingarticles.com, and the second is medium.com. Woohoo! Now, Sarah, my Canadian friends, you want to also create a media list from marketwired.com, and also you can Google an international media list. These are some simple, easy ways that you can create media lists and, you know, get one and then have one so that you can completely handle the where to send it quickly. Yes? Give me a thumbs up if you're tracking with me. Yes? Beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's take that down. Here's my request. I'm going to answer Daniel's question. Why I'm doing that, I'd like you to post some ahas in the chat. Mary Beth, do we have the chat open, hopefully? I want you to post some ahas in the chat. What'd you learn today? What's going on in your Publicity Crash Course action list? Because I will look at this. I want to see what sticks. I want to see where your ahas are, right? And I think that's great. It could be something you're going to model, something that just went, whoa, you know, I heard this, you know, one of the things I'll share with you, I've had one of my coaches, oh God, I can't even, like when I add up how many thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars I have paid him because I keep re-signing up. And why do I do that? Because I get great value. I mean, literally, I probably paid him $500,000, probably, when I really look at it. And great, you know what else? He's the one who told me, get that sheet, right? And he's the one who, the testimonials. He's the one who's pushed me on certain things that like maybe I didn't think of. He's the one who said, why isn't Tony Robbins, like, you need him on your speaker sheet because he's getting thousands, hundreds of thousands of people into a Zoom. So speaking of which, I want you to make sure to save the chat, right? And that's important. So make sure to save the chat. So thank you on that. Ramona, that came direct to me. So thank you. I love seeing these. Thank you for your ahas. It's so beautiful. Danielle, did you have a specific question?
Yes, I do. And it's about the 500-word article. So I have already written some featured blogs for my website that directly solve the problem for my clients and offer free solutions. So is that what you're talking about? We can copy and paste that in multiple places and it's not a copyright issue, like we're just free to mass send it out?
Yes, yes. So here, and Mary Beth and I have had shall we say, discussions bordering on argument about this, because I'm a big believer in, it ain't broke till someone fixes it, right? If somebody says to you, well, you have to take that down, or they say, I want an exclusive. If somebody says, I want an exclusive, no, you cannot, use it in multiple places. But on the whole, can I just tell you, repurposing is really a beautiful word. And I repurpose everything I can. Everything I can. And that's the super cool thing about looking at your message every 30 days. Go 3 to me every 30 days. Come on, let me see it. Look at your bio every how often? Every 90 days. Look at your announcement every how often? Every 60 days, yes. And these are systems, my friends, no kidding, no kidding. And yes, Kathy, that's a great way to write an article. Beautiful, that works. I love that. I love that. Okay. I think that's very good. I love what you're putting in the chat. Thank you. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, nice. Thank you. Simple system. This is it. Yes. And you notice, can I just tell you, I have taken close to 30 years of PR, actual get it done with clients. I had a PR agency. I've spoken all over the world. I now, work with people just like you. I love it. This is where my heart is, to help you and empower you to get this stuff done, my friends. And I have a blast doing it. Can you tell? Because guess what? I got my emergency affirmation here. I keep this on the days when I need it. You know what it says? This is for all of you. Are you ready? It says, did you catch that? It says, you are awesome. You are awesome. That's my emergency affirmation. And I'm just super excited. I'm also very excited to see all of you again. I think it's mostly all of you again, January 17th to the 19th. And thank you for your very kind comments in there about this. And I'm very excited to continue the journey privately and more succinctly with a number of you. So welcome to the Get Your Darn Publicity Done program. And I think, I love what the comments are that's coming in here. Thank you for that. And very, very powerful, very powerful. Just as you are, beautiful lights. Yes, I think I'm through 4 candles right now, at least 4 candles. And that's a great thing because you are the lights. You are the lights. And your message matters. Your message matters. I hope today has been a very powerful, simple way to reframe things. I know people often say you make this very simple because it does not have to be complicated. And I want you to see that, and I want you to feel it and do it. You saw what it felt like to be seen and heard. Seen, heard, and paid, my friends. That's the power of publicity. And that's what we're going to keep doing with you and for you. So in the meanwhile, have a beautiful and blessed happy holidays, everyone, for whatever you celebrate in whatever way you do. I'm just wishing you a most beautiful, happy holidays, an incredible new year. Excited to start the new year with you. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yes, yes, yes. And blast it out as you deserve, because you deserve it. Just point yourself and say, my message matters. My message matters. Yes, it does. We'll see you again. Take care, everyone. Give yourselves a hand. Woo-hoo-hoo. How about a round of applause? Round of applause. Thank you for your beautiful comments. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you, Jill and everyone.
So welcome. So welcome.
See you next time.
Yes, yes.